And what this case is about cold-blooded murder. And Mr. Johnson, this defendant sitting right here at this table, being a snake. Jerry Carr was 20 years old when he lost his life. He lost his life because Mr. Johnson shot and killed him. And not only did he shoot and kill him, before he shot and killed him, he befriended him. And one of the things, ladies and gentlemen, that throughout this trial you may wonder about is why. Why did Jamon Johnson shoot and kill Jerry Carr? And there's no better reason to tell you other than that he's a snake. You will hear that Jamon Johnson, along with Jacob Ingram, followed, lurked, riddled with bullets, 12 bullets in Jerry Carr's body, left him dying on the floor, and then fled. And it's important that you all understand there's key evidence in this matter. Key evidence that I want you all to take into consideration. Surveillance video and ballistic evidence. And this surveillance video and ballistic evidence will identify Jamon Johnson as the shooter. Jamon Johnson and Jacob Ingram. And I'll talk to you a little bit about Jacob Ingram, okay? But first, let's get into the surveillance video. So on the first surveillance video, you will see at 878 Norwood Road, the defendant, Jamon Johnson and Jacob Ingram, hanging out at this gas station. And they're hanging out for quite some time. And as we have the entire surveillance video, the surveillance footage, you'll see them go inside the gas station and you'll see them come out the gas station, but they're hanging out at this gas station, and they're hanging out in front of an Acura. Okay? And in that Acura, they are in and out of it. At some point in time, you will see Jerry Carr arrive to that convenience store. And when he arrives at that convenience store, he immediately goes and he speaks to Mr. Johnson and Mr. Jacob Ingram. In fact, Mr. Johnson gets out of his Acura, goes up to Mr. Carr, daps him up, and actually gives him a hug. They continue talking for approximately 10 minutes. And they continue talking for so long that when Jerry Carr decides to go inside of the store is closing. The store is closed. He can't get what he went there to purchase. So at some point in time in the video, what you'll see is Jerry Carr, he'll go back, he'll walk away, he'll say bye to Mr. Johnson and Mr. Ingram. He'll drive off. His car is not seen on the footage, but he'll drive off. One of the things what I expect the evidence to show is that these defendants were talking to Mr. Johnson, Mr. Ingram, were talking to Mr. Carr for about 10 minutes. And it was a looked to be friendly conversation. I want to let you know that there is the entire video that you can sit and watch the 10-minute conversation, but the state has sped up that conversation, and you'll see that in a compilation video, okay? So when Jerry Carr leaves the store, you'll see the defendant soon leave after him. Jerry Carr, within 4 minutes, arrives to 1955 Moreland Avenue. And what the evidence will show is that from 878 Norwood to 1955 Moreland Avenue, it's less than a mile, and it takes approximately 4 minutes to get there, okay? You'll see that Jerry Carr goes into the store, and this is the day before Thanksgiving, goes into the store. He goes to the cash register. He asks the cashier for something, but then he goes down the aisle and he has a bottle of mustard in his hand. Jerry Carr went to the store to get a bottle of mustard. He goes to the cashier. You'll see him, he pays for the mustard. And once he pays for the mustard, he decides to walk out of the store. Now, while he's doing that inside of the store, you'll also see Jamon Johnson and Jacob Ingram, the same two individuals who just spoke and were very friendly to Mr. Carr at 878 Norwood, coming up on the side of the gas station. Only thing that has changed with Jamon Johnson is he has now put his hood over his head. The only thing. He has on the same clothes. It's a unique jacket, red, white, gray jacket with black pants and red, white, black tennis shoes. You'll see Jamon Johnson and Jacob Ingram approach the store from the side. You'll see Jamon Johnson on the phone. And as he reaches the side of the store, you see he's ducked off in the corner because just above him is a surveillance video. You'll then see Jacob Ingram come up behind him, and Jacob Ingram already has his gun out. Jacob Ingram has on the same clothing from the 878 Norwood. He only put another jacket over his head, and you'll see that. That jacket is a colorful jacket. Otherwise, same clothing. And as they are standing on the side, lurking and waiting and creeping for Mr. Carr, Mr. Carr unfortunately just walks out. And as he's looking the opposite direction, not even in the direction of these two defendants, with a bottle of mustard in his hand, Jamon Johnson pulls out his gun and on FaceTime, because he does FaceTime, right beforehand, pulls out his gun and shoots, riddles Jerry Carr's body with bullets. Jerry Carr is shot 12 times, all the way from his head to his chest, his torso, his knees. A snake ready to bite is what Jamon Johnson was. Once they shoot, once Jamon Johnson and Jacob Ingram shoot, they run away. They run behind the store, and that's it. You are going to hear about the investigation that soon followed, and that's done by Detective or Investigator Savannah Berry. And Investigator Berry is going to say one of the first things she does at a convenience store, unfortunately in shootings like this, is look at the video. Let's look at the video. And she will explain to you that she saw this incident take place on video, and she saw these two individuals sneak up from the side of the store. So there she has it. So what's now? What to do now? Now we need to identify these individuals. So through her investigation, you will hear that Savannah Berry realizes that this particular store, 1955 Moreland, is not the store that Jerry Carr would normally visit, because his home is located, walking distance from 878 Norwood. So she says, this is kind of strange. Why would he go to this store when he had a store that was right down the street? So what she decides to do is then go to 878 Norwood and review the footage from there, just to try to find out who these two individuals were. Because though she could tell what their clothing was, she could not necessarily see their face. So she goes to that store and she just looks at the footage. She sees that they're closed, but she looks at the footage and she sees, aha, Jamon Johnson, Jacob Ingram, with the same clothing 4 minutes prior, talking to Mr. Jerry Carr. So now her task is, well, who are those two individuals? Who are they? How can I identify them? Now, by looking at the footage, she sees that they hang out at this store all the time, right? So one of the things that she does through her investigation is she sees if there was any incidents that may have taken place at this particular store. That's how we get into the ballistics evidence. And before I get into any incidents that had taken place at 878 Norwood, I want to let you know that shell casings were collected from 1955 Moreland Avenue. This is where the murder took place. And projectiles were taken directly from Mr. Carr's body. Okay? So, how do we identify them? Well, go this way. On October 26, 2020, at 878 Norwood, approximately a month before this murder, the first store that Jerry Carr went to, there was a shooting, okay? Where Mr. Ingram and Mr. Johnson were present, okay? And one of the things that she does is she goes back and she reviews that particular investigation, Detective Barry. And she sees that Mr. Johnson identified himself. And I will say Mr. Johnson and Mr. Ingram, for that October 26, 2020 shooting, they were not suspects in that shooting. Actually, somebody tried to harm them, okay, in that shooting. So they were not suspects, and they were willing to give their information during that particular shooting at 878 Norwood, okay? And one of the things that Detective Barry does is go back and she looks at the footage from that shooting. She looks at the footage from investigators' body cameras, and she sees where Mr. Johnson says, "My name is Jamon Johnson." So as a good investigator, she is able to link back up the identity of Jamon Johnson, not only to 878 Norwood, but to 1955 Moreland, where our murder scene takes place. Okay. Johnson, on that particular shooting date, October 26, 2020, admits, "I shot back in self-defense." And one of the things that those investigators did, just as they did in our murder scene, is they collected the shell casings from where Mr. Johnson admitted to shooting. He was at 878 Norwood, parked in the spot in his Acura, and he started shooting back at the people who were trying to harm him. Those investigators collect those shell casings. And when they collect those shell casings, this is October 26th, they put them into evidence. Okay. Mr. Johnson's shell casings that he shot match up to the shell casings at 1955 Moreland, where Jerry Carr was murdered. So I want to go back here. What other ballistic evidence identified Jacob Ingram? And Jacob Ingram, you'll see, is on the indictment. He's not sitting here, obviously. His case will be taken care of at some other time. Okay. So one of the things that Detective Barry does is they go to the home of Jacob Ingram. They search the home. They find a firearm, a Smith & Wesson firearm in the home. That ballistic evidence, that ballistic evidence will show that this firearm fired projectiles found in Mr. Carr's body and shell casings on the scene. So Detective Berry was able to identify Jacob Ingram and Jamon Johnson, not only through what they had on that night, not only through the connection of them being a mile and a half and speaking to this victim, Mr. Carr, minutes beforehand, but she was able to identify them through ballistic evidence. You'll also hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan, and Dr. Karen Sullivan peer-reviewed Dr. Jacqueline Benjamin's autopsy of Jerry Carr. He had 12 gunshot wounds. Fortunately, cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds. Manner of death is classified as a homicide. Okay. Again, how do we identify Jamon Johnson? Surveillance video and ballistic evidence. So I want to talk a little bit about the juror's duty. Again, this is not television. We spoke about this. This is not television. I'm asking you all to use your common sense. I'm not telling you all to leave that at the door. Okay? Common sense. Okay? Take notes. Make sure you don't take them to the detriment of not paying attention. Okay? Take notes. Listen carefully to each and every witness. Excuse me. I want to let you know, sometimes this can be a pain, that some of the witnesses we may have to take out of order due to scheduling conflicts. Okay? So make sure you pay attention to the witnesses. It might not flow in chronological order. Okay? However, all of the pieces to the puzzle will be there at the end of the trial. Okay, and it will be enough for you to find the defendant guilty on each and every count of the indictment. He's charged with murder, 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and another possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Okay? Again, the indictment has 2 people. There's only 1 person on trial today. Okay? That's Jamon Johnson. That's who we're here. That's who you're here to determine guilt or innocence. I will talk about Jacob Ingram because they were together. They committed this crime together. I think it shows that they committed the crime together by also putting evidence in about him. So be aware of that as well. Okay? And at the end of the trial, there will be no doubt. I believe that you will find the defendant guilty on all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, is the defense electing to make an opening statement at this time? All right, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Every crime has certain elements. And if you take away any one of those elements, you don't have the crime. For example, murder. Murder is the unlawful, malice of forethought, expressed or implied, causing the death of another human being. 3 elements. You take away the unlawful, you do not have murder. And since there are so many crimes, hundreds of crimes, there's a multitude of elements. But there's one element that is in every single crime: identity. State has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Johnson is the one who caused the death of Mr. Carr. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And the state has a video as what was mentioned by the prosecutor, the face of the shooter is hidden because this person in the video has a hood over his head. And so you can't see the person's face. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that person who is concealing his face is Mr. Johnson. And state will not be able to prove that burden because one, there's no direct evidence in this case. There's no eyewitness. I saw Mr. Johnson shoot Mr. Carr. There's no eyewitness to that. This is a solely circumstantial case. The state wants you to come to a conclusion because Mr. Johnson is in one video that he's the person in this second video. The standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard. That's the highest burden of proof in American jurisprudence. If the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Johnson is in that video, then you must acquit him on all of the charges that are against him.
State may call its first witness.
They call Jody Benson.
While Ms. Benson is making, while Mr. Benson is making his way in, I'll just do a quick scan, show of hands if anyone needs a break. Seeing none.
This one is their bottle.
Well, for that testimony should be in court, it's the truth. I will. They could spend first and last name for court.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name's Jody Benson, Jody, B as in boy, Enson.
Mr. Benson, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you, ma'am?
How are you? I'm doing well. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Cobb County Medical Examiner.
Okay, and what do you do at the Cobb County Medical Examiner?
I am a forensic technician.
Back in November 25th of 2020, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And can you just explain to the jury what you did as a crime scene technician?
As a crime scene tech for City of Atlanta, our job was to respond to different crime scenes when requested. And we would go over through the scene, help the officers there to identify, document, and collect and process within our scope of practice any items that may be of evidentiary value that we found on scene.
And did you have the opportunity to respond to a 1955 Moreland Avenue?
I did.
And do you know what county that address is located in?
Fulton County.
Why did you respond to 1955 Moreland Avenue?
We were dispatched out for a person shot / homicide.
And I am. They're not in order. Put them back in order. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3 to 33. Sorry, they're out of order now. But can you just take a minute to look at those 3 and 33?
Yes, ma'am.
let the jury know if you recognize them.
I do recognize these.
Motion showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78, previously shown. That's council.
Oh, and yes, I do recognize this.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 3 through 33?
Those are the crime scene photos that I took at the scene.
And are those crime scene photos, do they fairly accurately reflect what you observed on 1955 or at 1955 Moreland Avenue?
Yes, they do.
And do they appear to be altered in any way?
They do not.
Your Honor, at this time, state tenders State's Exhibit 3 through 33 into evidence.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 3 through 33 are admitted without objection.
And State's Exhibit 78. What is State's Exhibit 78?
This is a copy of my crime scene report that I did on the scene.
And how do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's what I write, and I has my name in it, that I responded, my radio number, et cetera.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
State tenders State's Exhibit 78 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
The 78 is admitted without objection.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117, 118, 82, and 120. We'll take it one by one now.
Do you have any gloves?
I do. Maybe, we may have some.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All right, so let's start with number 82.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you recognize number 82?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
This is the evidence bag that we collected. We collect any types of items that may be of evidentiary value in it. So this one contains the Heinz mustard bottle that I collected at the scene.
How do you package, your evidence, and how do you know it's what you package it to be?
We fill out the front of the evidence package. There's just a printed lines here as to what's inside it, where it was, evidence marker number, description of the item, who it's collected by. And again, on the back, I just make my notes there. Evidence tape across the seal of the back, and I initial the evidence seal to show that I sealed it.
And let's take it, around.
You want me to go
Is
ahead,
this-
open it?
Not, don't open it
Oh.
just yet. State tender states exhibit 82 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
82 admitted without objection.
All right, let's go to, and I think I have on there states exhibit 117.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize states exhibit 117?
Again, this is a envelope that we use to collect evidence in. I have there's a stamp on the front, pre-printed stamp on the front that I have my information printed on, a description of what's inside. And again, the evidence tape on the back with my initials.
What is states exhibit 117?
This is 3 projectiles that were collected from the crime scene.
State tenders states exhibit, states 117 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
117 is admitted without objection.
What is, can you go to 118?
118 is a gun magazine that was collected at the scene. This is not my crime scene, the plastic, but my original packaging crime scene bag is on the inside of this plastic bag.
And that crime scene, that packaging does it have your signature, your name on it?
From what I can see, yes. I can't see on the back because it's folded over inside.
Were you able to collect a magazine on scene?
Yes, I was.
And what type of magazine did you collect?
It's a gun magazine and it had 13 unfired cartridges in it.
State tender states exhibit 118 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
118 is admitted without objection.
All right, one more, and I think it's labeled as states 120, is that right?
Yes.
All right, states exhibit 120. What is it?
Once again, our evidence bag that we collected with my name and description of the contents inside, evidence tape on the back with my initials. And it is this bag contains 11 9mm cartridge casings collected from the scene.
States tenders states exhibit 120 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
120 admitted without objection.
What is a cartridge? I know you mentioned cartridge casing and projectiles. Can you just explain to the jury what the difference is between a cartridge casing and a projectile?
Cartridge casing is the shell of a bullet. It's the brass or other metal casing that a bullet is fired from. A unfired cartridge is an entire bullet, meaning it's just the bullet, the casing, all the contents inside, and it has not been fired by a weapon.
Okay. And what happens after you collect shell casings or projectiles? Like, what do you do with the actual shell casing?
Once we collect them,
Yes.
once I collect the cartridge casings, they go into as their individual evidence bags. I transport them back, or I would transport them back to the crime scene annex, or I'm sorry, the public safety annex to the crime scene offices. And there I would process the casings with fingerprint powder to see if there's any possible latent prints on the casings.
In this case, were you able to find any latent prints or fingerprints?
No, I was not.
Then what did you do after with those casings?
With the cartridge casings, once we process them for latent prints, again, we package them back in their evidence packaging, and we then turn it into the property unit or the property and evidence unit that was also located in the same building.
Is it rare for you to find a fingerprint on a casing?
It is very rare to find fingerprints on a casing.
If we could publish State's Exhibit 3 through 33 at this time. Your Honor, can we have,
The screen sharing is disabled, Your Honor. If we can have,
Right. What's your screen name?
Washington.
All right, if we could have Ms. Washington added as a co-host.
Thank you.
So if we could just start with State's Exhibit 3, what do we see in this picture, in this photograph?
This is going to be an overall photograph of basic or mainly the awning located on the front of the store, and the what you're looking at here is the security camera or the video camera that's located mounted underneath the awning.
Yeah, I think there's a way to make it big, but it's okay. It's okay, you can go to the next one. All right, so in State's Exhibit 4, what did you?
Again, this is another overall photograph of the awning on the front of the store. This would be located at the corner of the store, and as you can see, there are multiple cameras located mounted underneath the awning.
State's Exhibit 5.
This is just an overall picture of the front area of the crime scene with evidence markers, and they are marking items of evidentiary value.
State's Exhibit 6.
This is just a generic overall photograph of the victim.
State's Exhibit 7.
This is a close-up picture of a projectile that was found in the victim's clothing.
And when you say projectile, like, is it what we call a spent projectile?
Yes, as I was saying, with the unfired cartridges is the bullet and the casing and all the ancillary materials involved. Once that bullet has been fired, it is called a projectile. Once it leaves the casing, and wherever it lands is called a projectile.
So this was found, this bullet had been fired and this was found in the clothing.
Correct.
I have here, if you could just explain to the jury, there's starting with, this is number 2.
Mhm.
Do you go in an order of, how do you do your markings? How do you know what?
When I arrive on scene, I will talk with the officers that are there, the responding officers that are there, and we will do a basic walkthrough. Usually the detective, whoever the detective in charge of the scene, they will ask that a certain item be marked number 1. In this case, I believe it was a decedent. And then we will, procedure from there is to move outward. So you start at number 1 and you move outward, and any type of item that might be of evidentiary value, you number it 2, 3, 4, etc.
And when you are photographing shell casings, and you have them in a numbered order, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way, or
No.
that's the particular order of the bullet.
No, evidence markers do not imply any type of order that anything may have been shot in.
Okay. If we can go to the next one, please. What do we have here?
This is going to be just a generic overall photograph of the scene. It shows the decedent on the ground with a black BMW that he was laying in front of. And this is one of the scene, or this is the picture taken before evidence markers were placed.
What's the next one, please? All right. What do we see here?
This is an overall photograph of an area of the sidewalk with evidence marker number 3 that's marking a piece of evidence.
Next, please.
This is a close-up of a projectile located on the sidewalk with evidence marker number 3.
I have a question. In State's Exhibit 78 that was tendered into evidence, do you some kind of way document what you find in your when you're out on a scene?
Yes. Again, we mark everything with number of evidence markers, and then in my report, I would write whatever the evidence item was, and then I would put in parentheses the corresponding evidence marker number.
All right. If we can go to the next one, please.
This, go ahead.
Exhibit 11. Go ahead.
This is just a close-up of what appears to be a key fob that was found on the ground with evidence marker number 4.
Next state's exhibit, please.
This is a overall picture of the parking lot or the area, I'm sorry, of the area in front of the BMW with a mustard bottle found on the ground with marker number 5.
Next one.
Again, this is another overall area of the front of the BMW, and there are 2 items that are marked with evidence markers number 6 and 7.
Do you mind referring to your report and telling the jury what state's exhibit number 6, excuse me, evidence markers number 6 and 7 were?
Sure, 1 second. They appear to be, according to my notes, 9mm cartridge casings.
All right, if we can go to the next slide, please.
Again, this is a close-up of a cartridge casing on the ground with evidence marker number 6. And this is, again, another cartridge casing located on the ground, close-up shot of it with evidence marker number 7. Again, a cartridge casing located on the ground with evidence marker number 8. Another cartridge casing located on the ground, evidence marker number 9. This is a close-up shot of a projectile located on the ground with evidence marker number 10. This is a close-up of a cartridge casing located on the ground with evidence marker number 11. This is another picture of a cartridge casing located on the ground with evidence marker number 12.
Next slide.
This is cartridge casing located on the ground with evidence marker 13. Another cartridge casing located on the ground with evidence marker number 14. This is a overall shot or overall picture of the side of the building, the sidewalk area, with evidence markers 15, 16, and 17.
If we can go to the next slide, please.
This is a picture of the gun magazine located on the sidewalk there with the unfired cartridges inside, and marker number 15.
I'm sorry, I
No,
didn't mean to cut you off.
Fine.
You didn't really get that. Can you repeat the end of your answer?
I said this is a close-up of the gun magazine located on the ground of the sidewalk area that contains the unfired cartridge casings, and it's evidence marker 15.
Okay. Will you please go to, I think it's State's Exhibit 118?
118?
118?
Yes.
And
Oh, I've already taken my glasses. Oh. Do you have any scissors or anything that can cut this? I don't want to make a mess of it. Actually, I've got it.
Got it.
I think so.
I can get it. Apologize for that. Take the magazine. If we can just start with the magazine.
Okay.
That magazine, can you read what type of magazine that is?
It doesn't have a caliber on it. Just the brand name Smith & Wesson, and it's got engraved numbers on the side which indicate how many casings it can hold.
Okay, but the brand name of that is a Smith & Wesson?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, all right, that's all I need for that. Thank you. You can put it back in the.
Okay.
Can we go to the next slide? What is State's Exhibit, number 25?
This would be, again, a close-up of a cartridge casing on the ground with evidence marker 16.
State's Exhibit number 26?
Again, another cartridge casing on the ground, close-up with marker number 17.
And numbers, 27.
This is just an overall photograph of the driver's side of the BMW that was located parked in front of the store, and there beneath the driver's side door.
Next slide, please.
This is, again, it's more of a mid-range shot, kind of focusing in on that evidence marker and the item in front of it.
Next slide, please.
And this is a close-up of that item. It's a shell casing on the ground with evidence marker 18.
Next slide.
This is a picture of the side or the right side of the decedent, and with evidence markers 20 and 21. This is a close-up of a picture of a projectile with evidence marker number 20.
Excellent.
And this is a fragment that is on the ground, a close-up of a fragment marked with evidence marker 21.
And why'd you say fragment? Like, what does that mean?
A fragment is just, in this particular instance, is a piece of the cartridge casing or the shell that is broken off from a bullet.
Hold on. Wait. Stop sharing. Oh. And then can you go to the next slide, please?
This is just a close-up of the driver's license of the decedent, just for ID purposes.
And how do you all get that? Do you find it? Where'd you find that at?
I don't know if I found this or if it was Investigator Bennett with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, but I was given it and just take a picture of it for ID purposes.
Is there anything else? Do you have anything? Because that's number 120. Okay. All right. No, we don't need to open it because. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Regarding State's Exhibit 117, the 3 projectiles, were they in a condition that you could tell the caliber?
I'm sorry, what were the numbers?
State's Exhibit 117, the 3 projectiles.
No, they were not.
And the gun magazine, the State's Exhibit 118. I think your testimony was that no latent fingerprints could be lifted from the gun magazine.
No latent prints of value were identified. That's correct.
Where did you find the gun magazine? Was it near the decedent, or where exactly was it located?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, please.
Okay. The gun magazine was located on, I believe, on the sidewalk, on the side of the building, the side of the store.
The side where the alleged shooters were?
I have no idea where the shooters were on the scene.
But in the front of the store.
That's correct. It was
Front
on the side of the store.
Do you know the caliber of the 13 fired cartridges?
9 millimeters.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anyone need a break? Seeing none, state may call next witness.
All right, state calls Ms. Sharon Latner.
I'll go through.
Accept.
Evidence and.
Just leave it there.
Okay.
We'll handle it. Ms. Washington, while your next witness comes in, if we could clear the witness stand at the admitted exhibits.
You swear upon that the testimony should be in court against the truth and nothing but.
I do.
Maybe please. They are the person of what?
Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Good morning, Ms. Latners. How are you doing today?
Good morning, fine, and thank you.
Ms. Latners, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta 911 Communications Center.
And what do you do there?
I am custodian of records.
You're the custodian of records for the City of Atlanta 911's Communication Center?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what exactly the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center, what do they do?
We handle all emergency 911 calls for fire, police, and ambulance service.
When a 911 call comes in, what is produced as a record of that call?
You have a CAD report.
And are 911 calls stored and kept?
Yes,
Does that happen automatically?
yes,
And are these calls kept in the regular course of business with the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
yes,
Are these records kept as part of the regularly conducted activity of the City of Atlanta 911 Communication Center?
yes,
And is it the regular business practice of the City of Atlanta 911 call center to keep and maintain these records?
yes,
Ms. Latners, were you asked to download all 911 calls from an incident that occurred at 1955 Moreland Avenue Southeast on November the 25th of 2020?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of the CAD for that incident on November 25th, 2020.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the CAD report associated with the 911 call received from 1955 Moreland Avenue Southeast?
Yes,
And does it appear to be altered in any way?
no,
Your Honor, permission to tender State Exhibit 2 into evidence, the CAD.
If I can see it first, Your Honor.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish State Exhibit 2.
You may.
And Ms. Latners, looking at the first page of the CAD report, State Exhibit 2, can you please tell the jurors the nature of the call? We may have to scroll a little bit. Can you please tell the jurors the nature of the call?
It shows a 50, which is a signal for APD person shot.
And what time was the call received?
At 22:08 hours, PM hours, which is military time. Regular time is 10:08 PM hours.
And what was the responding location?
1955 Moreland Avenue, Southeast Atlanta.
Thank you. Ms. Lightners, I'm going to approach with State Exhibit 1. And Ms. Lightners, do you recognize State Exhibit 1?
Yes, it's a copy of the 911 call placed on the CD.
And how do you recognize it as a 911 call?
I put my initial and today's date on there.
Did you have a chance to review the 911 call prior to testifying in court today?
I did.
Has it been altered, edited, or deleted in any way?
No.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the 911 call made on November the 25th of 2020 from the location of 1955 Moreland Avenue?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to tender State Exhibit 1 into evidence
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted without objection.
and permission to publish.
Correct.
Atlanta 911 3041, how can I help you?
Yes, can you send the police here? Somebody just killed in front of our store.
Someone did what inside of your store?
Somebody killed a person in front of the store. Outside.
Okay, we'll get someone out now. We'll get someone out, okay?
Somebody just walked out from our store and somebody was waiting maybe outside and they killed him.
He killed him?
Yeah,
So you got someone dead in front of the store?
yeah.
Hold on for Grady.
Excuse me?
Hold on for Grady, one moment.
Okay.
Did they get shot or what?
Yeah, somebody I think shot about 4 or 5 times. We heard the sound.
Okay, somebody dead in front of the store?
Yeah, somebody is dead already. The guy just bought from me one pack of mustard and we had the gunshot and somebody came out said somebody just got killed. And we looked, the person is lying down on the...
What's the address of the emergency?
Huh?
What's the address?
1955 Moreland Avenue.
Okay, and repeat that to make sure I have it correct.
1955 Moreland Avenue.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
Excuse me?
What's your phone number?
Oh, this one. You cannot see on the phone, on the thing. What is the phone number on this phone?
What's your name, sir?
John.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We just had the gunshot, that's all we know. But somebody came out from the outside and they said call the 911. And we looked and somebody is lying down on the side of the building.
Are you with them now?
No, we are inside the store. We are not outside. We are inside the store. We're calling from the inside the store right now.
Okay, how many people are hurt?
Only one person dead, that's all.
Okay. We have help on the way. Atlanta, can we get fire and PD? I made your assessment.
All right, thank you.
Atlanta, you on the line? I am. Police and fire is already around. Okay. I'm 34 to 1. No problem. 34 to 1. Thank you. You got 1883?
And Your Honor, that's all. That's all I got.
Any cross?
No cross, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused? Ms. Washington?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Latners. State may call its next witness.
State calls Ashraf Uddin. All right.
Well, affirming that the testimony should give. Help you?
Yes,
You may be seated.
thank you.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the court?
MD Ashrafuddin.
Okay, you gotta speak up into the microphone.
MD Ashrafuddin.
Okay, spell that for the court reporter. Slow.
MD, first name and middle name Ashraf, SRF. And last name is Uddin, Uddin.
Okay, thank you. Do you go by Ashraf?
Right.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Ashraf, how are you familiar with 878 Norwood Road?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with that road or that address?
I work there.
Okay, what is the name of your business?
TNR Food Mart,
Okay, what county is your business located in?
Fulton.
Okay, and how long have you worked at that business?
Little over 3 years.
Okay, did you work there on November 25th, 2020?
I don't remember, but I work Monday to Friday.
Okay, back in 2020, November of 2020, did you work there?
Yes.
Okay,
I think so.
all right.
I don't know what the date, but I work. They show me the pictures.
Okay, I'm gonna show you pictures now. States Exhibit 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70, okay? Do you recognize these pictures? Look through them for me.
Yes, it's inside of my store.
Okay, you've seen these pictures before?
Yeah, he show me.
Okay. 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70.
Yes,
You recognize these?
yes, the picture, yes.
Okay, and this is in your store?
Yeah, inside, yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself in those pictures, in some of those pictures?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have short haircut back then?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time state tenders, States Exhibit 66, I believe, through 70 into evidence.
No objection.
66 through 70 admitted without objection.
Thank you. Miss. Okay. All right. Also, did you see a video from your store?
Yes,
Okay. And have you seen that video? Have I shown you that video?
yes, it did.
Okay. Is this the video that I've shown you? A surveillance video?
Yes,
Okay. And
yes, yes,
You initialed it on the
yes,
back? You
yes,
saw it?
yes, I did.
Okay. All right. And that's from surveillance video from your store?
Yes,
All right. And you recognized it?
yes,
You even saw yourself in it, correct?
yes.
All right. State tender, States Exhibit 65 into evidence.
No objection.
65 admitted without objection.
If we could show States Exhibit 66 through 70, please. Okay. Oh, okay. Mr. Udin, do you see yourself in this picture on 66?
Yes,
Okay. Where are you?
inside the counter.
Okay. Behind that glass?
Yes,
Do you recognize that person there? The person in front of the counter?
I cannot see the face.
Okay. Go to the next one. The next one. All right. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 68?
Yes,
Okay. You see yourself in State's Exhibit 68?
yes,
All right. Do you see a gentleman in a white shirt in State's Exhibit 68?
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize him?
yes,
Okay. Do you know his name?
no.
Okay. And how do you recognize this person?
I see the video and picture.
Okay.
And, he used to come to the store, so.
Okay. You can go to the next exhibit, please. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 69?
Yes,
Okay. All right. And let's go to 70, actually. All right. You recognize State's Exhibit 70?
I cannot see the picture clearly.
Can't see it clearly? What can't you see clearly?
It's not clear like other picture.
Okay, what part of it?
The face,
The face? Can you zoom in on the face, please?
is still not clear.
Mr. Udine, do you want to be here today?
No,
And we subpoenaed you to be here, correct?
right.
Okay. Why don't you want to be here today?
I am really scared of my life, fear of my life. That's why I don't want to be here.
Why are you afraid of your life?
Because, I don't want to do witness, I'm not even there and it's not happened to my store
But why are you afraid of your life?
because of those people,
Because of these people in the picture.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
No cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Uden be excused from his subpoena.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir, for being here today.
Okay.
You can leave.
Thank you. I'm done, right?
You're all done.
I appreciate that.
No.
All right. State may call its next witness.
We just gonna do this.
Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Bhaskar Shanda.
Turn around to face you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear up on the report is the truth, the truth so help you? Yes. You may be seated. While speaking into the mic, would you please state and spell your first and last name for the court?
Bhaskar Chanda,
And can you spell your name, Mr. Shanda?
Vaskar, last name Chanda, Chanda.
Good morning, Mr. Shanda. How are you doing today?
Doing well, it's little traffic.
Mr. Shanda, are you familiar with the address of 1955 Moreland Avenue Southeast?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with that address?
I own this business last 18 years.
And what is the name of your business?
Moreland Supermarket,
And what county is the Moreland supermarket in?
Bolton.
Fulton? Okay. Mr. Shanda, were you working at your store on November the 25th of 2020?
Yes,
And was a 911 call made from your business on that date?
Yes,
And why was 911 called?
we are working. Then one small boy went inside and he was looking for a mustard. And that day actually, what I say, I was joking with him. Say, hey, the grocery store and hospital emergency room is open, all kind of holidays. See, you're the good. And he was looking outside, not making attention to me. And in a 3 second, we got a sound. So I thought the holiday is going to be firework. But I looked the video, then I saw he's down, and I saw two boys running away. So then and there, I trying to, because I was over there long time. I know everybody almost. So I trying to go outside. And one guy hold me, don't go outside. But I did not care. I go outside and I take the phone and came inside.
And Mr. Shonda, just going back a little bit with what you just stated, you said that you heard a sound outside.
Yeah,
And what was that sound that you heard?
a sound, because it was holiday, I thought this is the firework sound. But in the same time, one guy came inside the store and he told me someone gunned down. And then I checked my camera.
And what holiday was it, Mr. Shonda?
Oh, when I checked the camera, the little I saw that small boy, he was laying on the floor. And I looked my other camera, and then I saw two running away, but I saw their backside.
And you have cameras inside of your store?
Yes,
And these cameras record inside of your store?
yes,
Do they also record outside of your store?
yes,
And did these cameras record the shooting that occurred at your store on November the 25th of 2020?
yes,
And did you also provide a copy of this recording to the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Shonda, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71 for identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 71?
Yeah, this is, I signed, yes, 1955 Moreland.
And what is State's Exhibit 71?
Second,
What is State's Exhibit 71?
I didn't understand the 71.
Yes, what is on State's Exhibit 71?
Oh, this is my store video. So investigator came in and they took the all kind of a device system and they took from my video recording.
And did you have a chance to review the contents on Exhibit 71 before testifying in court today?
Yes,
And is it a fair and accurate copy of surveillance recorded from your store on November the 25th of 2020?
yes,
And is it the same surveillance that you turned over to the Atlanta Police Department?
yes.
Has it been edited, altered, or deleted in any way?
Second,
Has it been edited in any way after reviewing it?
no.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 71 into evidence.
71 is submitted.
Just tell you, Your Honor, this time.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state intends to play a compilation of Exhibit 70 and 65 that have already been admitted in 71.
All right, so this is something that was prepared by the state as a demonstrative or
Yes, Your Honor.
more of a
Yes, Your Honor.
taking components of these already admitted exhibits. All right, Mr. Brown, have you had any objection to this or you had an opportunity to review it?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say 71A is admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, 71A. And Your Honor, permission to publish 71A.
You may.
Okay, thank you.
That screen be moved or is that just stuck right there? Closer?
I'm
Can we
sorry.
move the screen closer for the jurors to see?
Or does it, you can't move it?
Are there any other members of the jury having trouble seeing it right now? Okay, hold on a second before we do that. I know. If, before we can move that. Not yet. If I could get Ms. Bordas in here before we move that screen. All right, Deputy Scott, you can position that. If any members of the jury need to see it a little better, we can get that angle for you. All right, and by show of hands, does anyone require any further adjustments from the jury? Seeing none. Ms. Washington?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Scott.
Not showing up. Let's do it this one.
And Your Honor, that concludes the compilation. No further questions of this witness.
Any cross-examination?
Please speak. Morning. That compilation that just played, it looked like it had video from 1955 Moreland, but it looked like it had video from another location. Do you have any familiarity with that other location, that other convenience store?
No, sir.
Okay, so you can't testify about that at all. And the video for the store that you owned, were you able to see the faces of either person who was shooting?
No, when I heard the sound, then and there, I thought this is the firework, but it's realized then and there, I looked my camera right hand side. I saw their backside. They are
You saw
running.
the backside.
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shauna, be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we've been going about 2 hours now. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute break. We'll see if we can get started with another witness when we come back before we break for lunch. And so whenever you're ready to come on back in about 5 to 10 minutes, we'll resume. Thank you.
All rise for the jurors.
Talk to him when you got to talk. What? Tell him when you want to talk to. Okay. Oh, we got.
You go to the restroom. Whatever you do. Okay.
All right, anything we need to take up at this point, Ms. Russell?
Dr. Sullivan is scheduled to be here like around 1, like right after lunch. However, she's in the middle of an autopsy. She says she won't be able to be here until 2. I wanted to let Your Honor know that we have 2 more witnesses before Dr. Sullivan. So I wanted to just let you know of scheduling purposes.
We'll see how it goes. I
Okay.
think we're doing fine on time.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Brown, do you need to go back in the back with Mr. Johnson right now?
I just need to go to the bathroom.
Well, you can do both, I'm saying, if you need to. We'll come back at in about 11:15, see where we are. Okay?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I do need to talk to you. Yes, that's right. Could you give me the stipulation? of the evidence?
Oh, you put them in slots? Look at you. Look at you. Put them in slots.
All right, Dan. What you got?
Let's try to speed. Let's just.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's just, go ahead. Go ahead and talk.
I just want to tell somebody. But I can't.
Okay.
Hey, Richard.
Or where's your
Sound.
sound? Yeah.
Right back.
Okay. So instead of the, uh-oh, thank you. Instead of the, I won't put these into, put it back on the record.
Okay.
And I wasn't trying to trick you. I just. It's gone back.
Right.
Because like, well, they did it, you know, so that's why, you know, when I read case law, that's the purpose of. That's why, and I thought, I get it's a double-edged sword, right, like it's still not great. It's better than it was. Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Be right back. How you doing?
It's gonna be state's exhibit. Can you know how to do a scan on your phone and you can add it to the junk drive?
I used to have a program.
It's not a program. Go to your phone. Let me show you. State's exhibit 121. Go to notes on your phone. See, look, I'm teaching you something. Usually you be teaching me something. Let me see. Go, you want the notes? If you go to notes, you go here to make a new note. What's wrong with your phone? Oh, there you go. You got to actually press it. If you go here to, I think camera, scan documents. And you can scan documents. Ooh. Okay. So 121, save, and can you send that and add it to exhibit 121?
Oh, you mean?
Just a reminder, Ms. Russell,
Yes.
reminder, we're live still.
Thank you. You need these right here? Do you need these?
Talking about the jungle?
Yeah.
Will.
Thank you. Call her ASAP.
It's not evidence.com. It has her name on it.
Oh, I have to go on evidence. It won't.
Yeah, I don't know which one is hers, because it's a bunch of videos that I did. I was like, on evidence.com, it has her picture, and it has her name. She has like 3 body cams, just send them on there.
Okay, yeah, I got.
But she needs to report for it.
Before, I'll do it online.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wright.
Oh, okay, it's on, never mind. Cause I know sometimes the witness can see from here.
Oh.
One twenty-one, yeah.
121.
Yeah, exhibit 121.
What's 117?
Huh? I don't know, but we just, yeah. What's up?
Oh, no. So one. I told you, you took your pen. You took it. You got it? No, you took it with you, right? I got it. I told you.
Oh, did order remain seated?
You need something, Miss Smith? You good? All right, let's go back on the record. Mr. Brown, did you get a chance to talk with Mr. Johnston about the stipulation issue?
I did, Your Honor.
What do you want to do?
He stipulated.
Okay, so it's going to be the stipulation as agreed. We can tender that at the end and publish it at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What else? There was something else. Miss.
I just got, this is just, it doesn't have to be on the record, but I just got a phone call that my dad is about to go into hospice. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What should we do?
I just wanna, I just,
Yeah. All right, we're off the record.
Hey, Judge, do you have any bottled water? Oh.
Oh, here, take. Yeah, here, just take this.
Yeah, 88 Russell's just running to the restroom really quick.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, she's in the restroom.
That's probably what I was gonna say. I'd rather do it like something like this.
And Your Honor, if we could just have 10 more minutes, that's, thank you. If not, then we can have the exhibits pulled up on my computer. And this is my. Okay, you already connected to the Zoom? Yes. Okay, all right. I just wanna get it out. So it's 30. 46. Oh, it's okay.
Hospital for like 1 month, but before he could get up on the transplant, they told him there's nothing more that they could do. I know, so it's just shocking to hear. So thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we good? Okay, and we're gonna take out,
Counselor, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
There's something else we need to address before we bring the jury back. One, I just want to I just kind of see where we are and try to get some more information here. Ms. Russell, are you facing kind of a family emergency here or a medical emergency that you have that requires your attention?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. And is there a request you have of me?
Not at this time, Your Honor. I think I just called my mom and sister again. And I think right now they're just trying to figure out where he's going to go. But not right now. When we leave today, I'll be going just to see how he's doing and I guess where we are at that point. But not, I don't.
I take it this is something that was unexpected.
He has, just so Your Honor knows, he's been in the hospital for 4 months. I was supposed to be his bone marrow transplant donor. Today, they told him there's nothing more that they can do and he can't get the transplant. So it's also a shock too of that, and then that he needs to be transferred to hospice, and it doesn't look great, so.
All right. Well, Ms. Russell, I will remain open to what requests and continuances, or not continuances necessarily, but to what remedy or accommodations you need. I'm willing to discuss those.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Before we come back, I got a note from juror number 15, which I'll mark as Court's Exhibit 3. Juror number 15 tells us, I am dealing with some personal issues and cannot focus for the trial. So if we could bring out juror number 15. If anyone wants to look at this note, again, it's being tendered as Court's Exhibit 3, and I have it available here.
Thank you.
All right, juror 15, if you could just have a seat anywhere in the box, thank you. Juror number 15, I was provided a written note that says I'm dealing with some personal issues and cannot focus for the trial. Why don't you share with us what it is you'd like us to know?
My husband is told me he's going to file a divorce.
Your husband told you this last night? All right, and you're shaking your head yes. All right, Ms. Russell, do you have any, or Ms. Washington, do you have any questions for juror 15?
Have you not been able to focus throughout the entire time today? I'm sorry.
Part of the time.
Part of the time. Okay. All right. And so, all right, no further questions.
Mr. Brown?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
All right, juror 15, you can go in the back. We'll be with you shortly. All right, any suggestions from the state of what to do about juror 15?
I mean, Your Honor, she hasn't been able to pay attention. She said that I think that we run into the problem, Your Honor, with, multiple people having multiple issues going on in their lives. Um, and we only have 2 alternates. We know jury number 11 already has 1 issue. She clearly, if she's let go, then we would have to bring in both of those alternates likely. And I'm just afraid for the rest of the trial, we may get down where we don't have enough alternates to go forward, especially since we're only 2.5 hours in.
Sure, we are making, I think, a efficient 2.5 hours in. With juror 11, my thought there was that if it gets down to the wire, we could always just take Thursday off and come back Friday to finish. We don't have to let them go for these.
Oh, okay.
They
okay.
also, if we really wanted to be strict, didn't seem like medical necessities, and he didn't want to bring them up yesterday. That falls on him. So I obviously share your concerns. I struggle to see, based on her demeanor, I didn't get the sense that this is something she's making up. And this is something that comes up after jury selection, so she didn't know it was coming. And I could see that being a pretty earth-shattering thing for her to have to be dealing with as a layperson. So, Mr. Brown, any thoughts?
I've just shared the same concerns that Ms. Russell expressed, Your Honor.
So would you be asking to excuse juror 15, or do you want her to stay?
I don't want to seem like I have no feelings, but I would be honored to stay. I don't know if letting her off the jury is going to help her problems. So.
All right. I think let's see where we are at the end of the day, and maybe we can take it back up with her. All right. Anything else then that we need to take up before bringing back in the jury, see how far we get with the next witness, and then we'll do a lunch break.
I think, Your Honor, we'll have 2 witnesses that we can get through before lunch.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring in the first one and have him sitting down. If you could bring in the jury deck, please, Scott. All right.
What number are we? That leaves, but I think we should be. I'm not leaving. The 47, and then we're not gonna do 47, right?
All right, adjourned.
All can be seated as you come in. We're standing for you. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Thank you for your patience, members of the jury. The state has indicated they think they may be able to do 2 shorter witnesses before we break for lunch. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls crime scene tech Green.
Do you swear on for it? Help you?
Yes.
Make you see it. State that spare you the last night for the post.
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTE GREEN.
Good morning, CST Green. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. CST Green, how are you employed?
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
And how were you employed back on December the 2nd of 2020?
Still same.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities?
Okay, as a crime scene technician, we are responsible to go out to the scene and process the scene, take photograph, and collect evidence.
CST Green, did you have an opportunity to respond to 1950 Campbellton Road, apartment 179?
Yes,
And what county is that address located in?
Fulton County.
Why did you respond there?
I got a call to come out.
And CST Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 34 through 46. Oh. Can I have permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Well, CST Green, these are State Exhibits 34 through 46.
Okay.
Get finished. And do you recognize State's Exhibits 34 through 46?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the photos that I took of the scene.
And do they fairly and accurately reflect the photos that you took at the scene?
Yes.
And have they been altered in any way?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender State's Exhibits 34 through 46 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
34 through 46 submitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. CST Green, looking at State's Exhibits 34, can you please tell the jury what we are looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this particular photo is showing the location sign where I actually responded to.
And looking at State's Exhibit 35?
35 is all overall of the apartment building.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 36.
Okay, yes, that's the close-up of the actual address of the apartment building.
And if you can, just for the record, read what we are looking at on State's Exhibit 30.
The Campbellton Road.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 37.
That's overall of the apartment door.
And is this the apartment door that you responded to?
Yes,
And what number is on that apartment door?
179.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 38.
Okay, and this particular one, it's kind of hard to see, but that's overall of the hallway going into a closet.
And if you can, for the jurors, just point to where the closet is in this picture in State's Exhibit 38.
Closet area.
And let the record reflect that CST Green pointed to the closet area. And moving on to State's Exhibit 39. Can you please tell the jurors what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 39?
Okay, this is a bag with marker number 1 collected for evidence.
And where are we in the apartment, Exhibit 39?
Still in the hallway in that particular closet.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 40.
And that's just showing a close-up of the book bag with marker number 1.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 41.
Okay, this is showing that we have removed the book bag out of the closet. So that's just showing an overall of the book bag with marker number 1.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 42.
This is showing the items that were in the book bag once you opened it.
And if you can explain to the jury what exactly the items that we can see in State's Exhibit 42.
Okay, this was a Kroger bag. This is the butt of a handgun, and this is some look like wire.
Looking at State's Exhibit 43. CST, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit.
Okay, that is showing the handgun pulled out of the bag with marker number 1.
And can you also explain the other items that we see?
Also, those are the items that were in the plastic bag that was in the book bag as well.
And for the record, what items do we see depicted in the picture in this exhibit?
The handgun, also some pill bottles and prescription bottles to the side.
Looking at State's Exhibit 44.
Okay, this is showing the close-up make and model of the handgun.
And what is the make and model depicted in State's Exhibit 44?
Smith & Wesson, made by Springville, and then it's a SW9VE.
And looking at State's Exhibit 45.
These are all the items that were in the Kroger plastic bag.
And can you please, the jury, what items that we were looking at that were from the plastic bag?
These are the prescription bottles, pill bottles, Tylenol, and then it was a Skittle bottle.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 46. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 46?
Close up of who that prescription bottle belonged to and the item in the bottle.
And who did the prescription belong to?
Jacob Ingram.
CST Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. CST Green, do you recognize State's Exhibit 81?
Yes,
And what is that?
this is the handgun I collected from the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit 81 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Uh, At this time, CST Green. At this time, can you please remove the exhibit from the box, please?
It's the handgun.
And did the handgun that you collected on scene, did it contain a magazine?
No, it did not.
What did you do after the gun was collected?
Once collected, it was packaged and sent to our crime lab for ballistics.
No further questions, Frank.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Green.
Good morning.
The unit 179 at 1950 Campbellton Road.
Yes.
Do you know whose apartment that is?
No, I do not know who apartment that was.
Okay. Do you have any evidence or any indication that Mr. Johnson resided at that apartment?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge that he's ever been in that apartment?
No, I do not.
Okay. The handgun, what was the caliber of it?
It's a 9.
9mm?
Yes. Let me make sure. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were any fingerprints lifted from this weapon?
No.
No fingerprints, okay. And that pill bottle, was it ibuprofen?
Yes, it would. Yes, I
Okay.
believe it was an ibuprofen bottle.
And it's belonged to Jacob Ingram.
That's the name that was prescribed on the bottle, sir.
Okay. What led you to that apartment?
I got a call for service to come and execute a search warrant with the investigators.
And the search warrant didn't indicate whose apartment it was?
Well, it should be on the search warrant, yes.
Do you have the search warrant?
No, I do not have it.
If I may ask, what was the basis for needing to search that apartment?
The investigator requested certain items on the search warrant. So basically what I went and did an overall of the apartment, and anything that was pointed out as evidence, I photographed and collected it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Green be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
State may call us next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Gilbert.
Mhm. Why are we entering just enter it, just.
Basically, you should affirm that the testimony that you get in court is the truth and nothing but the truth shall help you.
I do.
Maybe see it.
I appreciate
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the court?
it. My name is Chance Gilbert, CHANCEGILBERT.
Good morning, Officer Gilbert. How are you doing today?
I'm good, and yourself?
Doing well, thank you. Officer Gilbert, where are you currently employed?
Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
8 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
Zone 3 Day Watch,
And what unit were you assigned to back in October of 2020?
Zone 3 Morning Watch,
And in what capacity back in 2020?
law enforcement.
What were your job duties and responsibilities back in October of 2020?
Daily patrol, answering 911 calls.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
And can you please explain to the jury what post-certified means?
I'm certified by the state to uphold laws in the state of Georgia.
And were you post-certified in October of 2020?
I was.
Officer Gilbert, I'm going to direct your attention to October the 26th of 2020. Did you respond to an incident that occurred at 878 Norwood Road?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call?
It was a person shot call.
And what county is that in?
Fulton.
Around what time did you respond to that location?
10:30 p.m.
And what type of location is 878 Norwood?
It's a convenience store.
Can you tell the jury what you did when you arrived on scene?
So the call originally came in at 1759 Thomasville of a person shot. When I arrived on scene, the victim was on the porch with a gunshot wound to his left arm. I spoke with him. He got in the back of the ambulance, and then I spoke with a secondary male close to the vehicle that was in question.
Officer Gilbert, you said that you spoke with the victim who had been shot.
Yes.
All right. Did you come to learn the name of that individual?
Jacob Ingram.
And where was Mr. Ingram when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, he was standing on the porch of the house.
And you also spoke with the second individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
The second individual's name was I'm sorry. It's escaping me right now. Mr. Johnson.
You said Johnson?
I'm sorry, not Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry. It's really escaping me right now.
Did you write a report in regards to responding to the scene?
I'm sorry, I did.
Hold on 1 second.
What was the relationship of the second person that you spoke with on scene?
The second person was the brother.
The brother of who?
Yeah, he stated that it was his brother.
Who is he?
The victim, Mr. Ingram.
Okay, stated that the second person that you spoke with was?
The second person I spoke with was the brother of the victim, Mr. Ingram.
Okay. And where did you speak with the second person?
By the car that was in question.
Do you recall what type of car this was?
It was, I believe it was a Nissan Altima.
What, if anything, did the second person tell you?
He stated that him and Mr. Ingram were outside of 878 Norwood, and he asked him for a cigarette, and that he sat in the car to speak with him about some stuff. And when they were sitting there, an unknown male came around the car, pointed, in his words, Draco face, and said, "Give it up." and he knocked the gun out of his face, at which point the suspect fired a shot, striking Mr. Ingram in the arm.
And did the second person tell you anything else that occurred after Mr. Ingram was shot in the arm?
So he initially said that they drove off, after which, like, during my investigation, I looked at the car and there were rounds projecting outside of the car. At which point I asked him, why were there rounds coming out of the car if you didn't return fire? And, you know, we went a little further on in the questioning, and that's when he informed me that he did reach and grab his brother's handgun and return fire at the male who shot at them initially.
Did the second individual tell you about how many times that he returned fire?
He did not tell me initially how many times he returned fire.
He's just going to show them on my computer with the help looking at them. And then also make sure that he looks at this. And then also that it was.
And Officer Gilbert, would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the
Yes.
report? You have permission to approach.
Chair Witness, you don't need to ask for permission
Thank you.
from here on out.
Yes, Mr. Jamon Johnson was the second person on the scene.
And okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
So, Officer Gilbert, who was the second person that you spoke to on scene?
Mr. Jamon Johnson sitting at that table.
And do you see Mr. Jamon Johnson in court today?
Yes, that's him right there.
Okay. Can you, for the record, point him out by an article of clothing and where he is sitting in court?
He's sitting at the left table on the end wearing a black jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Officer Gilbert has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, the defendant was the individual that you spoke to in regard back.
Yes.
When speaking with Mr. Ingram and the defendant, were either of them suspects?
No, not at the time.
Now, were you wearing city-issued body cam on October the 26th of 2020?
Yes.
And was your body cam working properly?
Yes.
Were other officers on scene wearing body cam as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 and also State's Exhibits 60 through 62. Officer Gilbert, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 60 through 63 for identification purposes. All right, starting with State's Exhibit 63. Is that,
Yes, it's my body camera.
and how do you recognize that to be body cam?
It's video that I've seen from my body camera.
And you saw it prior to coming in and testifying in court today? All right, did you initial and date it?
Yes.
Has it been altered, edited, or deleted in any way?
No.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred on October the 26th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 63 into evidence.
No objection.
63 is admitted.
Officer Gilbert, looking at State's Exhibit 60, 61, and 62, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those exhibits to be?
Still shots of the incident, the person shot call.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of still shots from the person shot call on October the 26th of 2020?
Yes.
Have they been edited, altered, or deleted in any way?
No.
Your Honor, permission to tender at this time states exhibits 60, 61, and 62.
No objection.
Exhibit 60 through 62 are admitted. without
Yes, 60 through 62, Your Honor.
objection. They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
60.
Officer Gilbert, looking at State's Exhibit 60, can you please explain to the jury what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 60?
The victim of the gunshot.
And who, if you can, for the record, what is this individual's name?
Mr. Ingram.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 61.
Okay. It's Mr. Johnson.
And if you can, just explain to the jury what is going on in State's Exhibit 61 and
I'm talking to Mr. Johnson about the incident.
and if you can just explain, I know that we can see it, but for the record, what is the defendant wearing?
He's wearing multiple chains with a black shirt and blue jeans.
All right, and looking at State's Exhibit 62.
It seems to be a closer shot of Mr. Johnson wearing the same shirt and the same chains.
And this is from October the 26th of 2020.
It is.
After speaking with the defendant on scene, what did you do next?
I left the scene and went to the hospital to speak with Mr. Ingram.
And did you have any other involvement in the case after
No.
speaking with Ingram?
No.
And one last question, Officer Gilbert, just to clarify, the second individual, the defendant that you spoke to,
Yes.
he told you that he shot the gun at 878 Norwood?
Yes.
That's all.
Cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson told you that he returned fire after Mr. Ingram was shot?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw shell casings, which gave the understanding that that someone returned fire. Is that correct?
The exit from the vehicle, at the rear of the vehicle, there were exit impacts on the vehicle.
Were you able to collect any cartridge casings?
There were cartridges collected. However, we were unsure which which weapon it came from.
Okay, got it. Were they 9mm?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Mr. Ingram corroborate that it was his gun?
That it was his gun specifically?
Yes.
No, he said it was his brother's gun.
So Mr. Ingram said it was Mr. Johnson's gun?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ingram. No.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson said that it was Mr. Ingram's gun.
Right. And did Mr. Ingram, who was the gunshot victim, did he corroborate that?
No.
Was he asked?
He might have been asked by an investigator.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Gilbert.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury. Note the time is 12:05. I'm being back here ready to go at 1:10, and we can resume. As I mentioned, you can stay here in the back or you can leave through the back hallway. During this time period, it's very important, again, that you don't conduct any research of any kind about this case. Everything you learn about this case happens inside this courtroom. And don't discuss the case with anyone, and that includes amongst yourselves. And keep those juror stickers prominent for us. Thank you for your patience, for your time, for your attention so far. We'll see you back at 1:10.
See you. Time. 1:10.
Thank you.
It's clear, Judge.
All right, thank you, Deputy Scott. I want to remind all members in the gallery that you are not participants in this trial and you will not interrupt these proceedings when the jury's in the room. Do you understand me? All right. We'll be back at 1:10. Is there anything, Ms. Russell, that we need to?
Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 1:10. What's that? What are you showing? Uh-oh.
I feel like, no, I labeled it differently.
Which ones, what are they both?
Oh, yeah. Oh, which show has.
There's a mustard bottle and a weapon.
The weapon is A1.
He's on the 11.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's all this. This is all.
Okay.
This is old, this is from our old.
So,
This is all goes in here.
so can you take that off or?
No, I can put something over it. I'll put
Yeah.
another sticker over it, so it won't be confusing.
You got stickers?
Yeah.
And this.
And then-
Okay.
This one. Let's see.
What did I do with those? Crime scene sketch.
That makes,
There it is.
you got it?
Some clicking on me.
Alright.
That typing. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for getting some more then.
Ready, Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you.
Let's go back on the record now where we've all returned from our lunch break. Mr. Johnson is present with his counsel and the state is here as well. Is there anything we need to address or clean up for the record about this numbering of exhibits?
Yes, so I will just let so we can clean up for the record. There was a bag inside of another bag, but and that was exhibit.
Got phones turned off, during the trial, no cell phones out.
That was exhibit number 118. So I just made sure that they were consolidated, Your Honor, and in case they get separated, they both have 118 on there.
Okay, so there are two things labeled 118 potentially?
Yes. But they're
Okay.
all in one bag, but just in case they get separated, so
All right. Any other duplicates or anything else we need to address?
there's no duplicates right now. But there is one thing that we need to.
All right. What do you have?
Your Honor, so next, we're gonna put up Detective or Sergeant Savannah Berry. She did an interview of the defendant. A Jackson demo, I believe, was done for Mr. Ingram, but not for Mr. Johnson. I have discussed, this with Mr. Brown as far as, the voluntariness of the statement, also whether it was, whether any coercion or, whether he believes that a Jackson Deno would be necessary for Your Honor to hear. According to Mr. Brown, I'll let him speak on this, that would not be necessary. I think if we put on the record that he believes that it was voluntary, that Miranda was given properly, we can.
All right. So issue of a statement made to S. Berry. Mr. Brown, any thoughts, positions?
It's exactly as Ms. Russell stated. I saw the video. There's no indication that my client's statements was given, was not voluntary and given knowingly. And yes, he was clearly Mirandized. So I think we could just state that on the record.
All right. So in terms of issues, any issues as to voluntariness or Miranda are not contested as it relates to this hearing. The state anticipates referencing that you've had the opportunity to review.
I have, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other issues, Ms. Russell?
That's all, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, many issues on your end before we call the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Just to give us a preview of the next hour or two, Ms. Russell, who have we got on deck?
Your Honor, we have obviously Savannah Berry, and then we have the medical examiner.
All right, are there any witnesses, at the rate we're going, that you've told that are can't be here today and we're only going to be here tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor, there are investigator Smallwood could not be here today, and Mark Tanner with He's now with the ATF. He's our ballistics person. He flies in at 4 o'clock this evening. And then also Darlene Scott, she has transport today for a fugitive. So I asked that they come tomorrow. And hopefully, Your Honor, that's okay with you.
When you say Darlene Scott, okay, what a transport for a fugitive? Walk me through that.
She's on the fugitive task squad. I think she's over that particular unit. So she is transporting a fugitive right now, so she couldn't be here today, but she is gonna be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, and then Smallwood, what was the conflict there?
He was on vacation, Your Honor.
Okay, he'll be back tomorrow though?
He will be back, yes, bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. All right, any issues, concerns on your end, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if we could go ahead and bring in Miss Berry, and as she's coming in, we can bring in the jury as well if they're all ready, whenever they're ready.
Okay.
All right, for the jurors. Judge, the president, come for Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Thank you, members of the jury, for being back, ready to go. Does anyone have any issues they need to raise with us before we resume? Seeing none, state may call its next witness.
All right, state calls, investigator Sergeant Savannah Berry.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in court is the truth and nothing but the truth to help you?
Yes, sir.
Please state your first and last name for court.
Savannah Berry, SAVANNAHBERRY.
All right, Sergeant Berry, excuse me. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department assigned to East Atlanta, Zone 6.
And where were you employed, or how were you employed back in November of 2020?
I was an investigator for the homicide unit with APD.
Okay. And can you just explain what some of your duties were while you were an investigator with the homicide unit?
We, of course, would investigate open homicide cases, missing person cases, as well as kidnappings, all within the City of Atlanta.
Okay. And how long were you an investigator?
I was an investigator a little over 5 years.
Okay. Were you always with the homicide unit?
With the exception of about a year as an investigator. A little over 4 years, I was in the homicide unit.
Okay. And then where were you before then?
I was with the General Investigations Unit, and then prior to that, I was a police officer in Zone 6, East Atlanta.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is post-certified?
For the state of Georgia, I am a peace officer, certified officer to carry out law and enforce laws in the state of Georgia.
Okay. And back on November 25th, 2020, you were post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just explain to the jury a little bit about how homicide duties work or how you become the lead investigator on a homicide?
So it works as a rotation. Literally, our names are up on the board. If your name is at the top of the list, the next homicide that happens in the city of Atlanta, you are to respond immediately from wherever we are at the time. We'll get a phone call to this location, get a little preliminary information, and then we'll respond directly to scene. So of course, after you catch that case, you go to the bottom of that list and it works that way into a rotation.
And is that how it worked on November 25th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to that time period. Well, let me ask you this. What is some of the background and training that you have to go through in order to become a homicide detective?
Well, specifically to become a detective, you have to be a sworn officer for at least 3 years before you could be tested to be a detective. And then at that time, you would more than likely go to, of course, a less intense assignment as opposed to homicide. In my case, I was a general investigator's investigator. And I did well there with my work effort that I did there. I was transferred over to the homicide unit.
Okay. So directing your attention back to November 25th, 2020, were you assigned as lead detective involving a shooting death of Jerry Carr?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did that shooting occur?
It was at 1955 Moreland Avenue.
And what county is that located in?
It's in Fulton County, Zone 3.
All right. Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you observe when you arrived?
There on scene, the decedent was actually still there on scene. Sometimes that's not always the case where the decedent will be transferred to the hospital. This decedent was still there on scene. There was evidence that we collected, such as surveillance footage. The decedent had his vehicle there and his car keys on his person. And of course, there was some ballistics that was collected on the crime scene as well.
And regarding that surveillance video, when and where did you first see that surveillance video?
I saw it there on scene. There was the clerk there on scene who was able to operate the cameras, and he was able to show myself the actual footage there on scene.
And did you ultimately get a copy of that surveillance video?
That same night, yes, ma'am.
So once you reviewed that surveillance video, did anything pique your interest about the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury.
So I'm just going to describe the video. So when the victim walked in, he was driving his BMW. He walked in. This is actually the day before Thanksgiving. He was only there just to purchase one thing for his meal the next day. So when he walked in, I could see him looking outside of the convenience store numerous times, like more than what would seem to be reasonable. And as soon as he came out, he was gunned down. Now you was able to see another angle where there's a street in the back of the convenience store. You see a car kind of creep, but then you also see two people walking. And this is at a great distance. But eventually those same two people, you see them come back in clear angle of view. And the two of them wait on the corner of the exterior of the convenience store, just waiting for the victim to come. So what piqued my interest with that is I felt like these two shooters knew that the victim was going to be there. This was not necessarily what we call a crime of opportunity. They waited for him. And literally, as soon as he came out of the store, he was gunned down. And then after two shooters finished shooting, they went right back to where I could see them walking from that back street. So the interest that told me was, I feel like if I was to see where he was coming from, it'll be the best hint for me to see what was going on, because clearly it was clear to me that the two shooters knew that he was gonna be there.
So I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 72 and 73.
Okay.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 72 and 73?
Yes, these are the two shooters from the surveillance footage I was just describing.
Okay. And you said that came directly from the surveillance footage?
Both of these, yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate copy, or I guess a screenshot of the surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tender States Exhibit 72 and 73 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 77. Do you recognize States Exhibit 77?
Yeah, this is the crime scene sketch of the actual scene.
And do you have people helping you on scene when, when you go to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you just like, who do you have helping you?
So when we respond, the lead detective respond from wherever they're coming from when they get that call. But of course, there's always investigators working their shift in the office. Those investigators are expected to respond to all scenes to assist the lead detective. So in this case, this is Detective Barnett who assisted me with this crime scene sketch, who I assigned to do the sketch for me.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy of 1950 or fair and accurate copy of the crime scene sketch that depicts 1955 Moreland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
State tenders Exhibit 77 into evidence.
Amended.
Okay. If we could just show. When you were looking at the video or the surveillance video, if we could show. Was there anything unique that stood out to you about those two shooters?
The clothing, I would say, are very unique clothing, specifically from exhibit. Well, let's just start with 73.
We're gonna put it up.
Okay. So with this shot right here, the clothes are very distinctive in my opinion of it. We have these very distinctive shoes. The actual hoodie is something that I haven't commonly seen with the patches, and specifically, this is in 2020, truly at the height of coronavirus. There's hand sanitizer that you see from his keychain that's right there on his belt loop. So this is a very distinctive description of a particular subject in this case.
Okay. All right. You can put it down. Thank you. And so once you saw the surveillance video, and I'm sorry, we need to talk about State's Exhibit 77. If we could put State's Exhibit 77 up, please. Is it 77?
It's 72 is the second.
Oh, I'm sorry. 72 is the other. Okay. And State's Exhibit 72.
Okay, so this as well as 73. I felt like I was able to compare what we see here to another frame of another store just minutes prior to the actual shooting.
Okay. Okay.
So I was going to explain the uniqueness of that after we can see.
Okay, we'll come back to that. If
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
put up State's Exhibit 77. Okay. All right. This is the crime scene sketch that you just described that another detective assigned to
Yes,
do?
ma'am.
Okay. Can you just explain to the jury this layout?
Can I stand up and?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as she can hear you.
So this is the main road, Moreland Avenue. This will be where the front door of the convenience store is. There's a street back here of which I was able to see the cars coming on Issa, I'm sorry. And both ways, the victim came in this way, and it was an Acura that the two shooters that I found was parked back here. So they cut through on foot. The two shooters cut through this way, and this little body-looking figure is actually where the decedent was laying upon my arrival on the scene. So when he came out the front door, the decedent, the two were standing here waiting and gunned down the victim, and then they fled this way on scene, going back into their vehicle. All the shell casings are where you see these numbers. This was where the victim's vehicle was parked. 21 and 20 victims right on. Okay. And this just shows that up is north. That's our scale here.
Okay. All right. You mentioned that there was another store that let me say this. You mentioned that you wanted to see where Mr. Carr had come from.
I did.
Okay. And why, again, was that important to you?
Because again, the interest of it just didn't seem like it was an opportunity type of crime. This seemed to have been, even if it was a short plan, but plan indeed. That's what this appeared to me. So when I saw the victim's driver's license, I see that he didn't live far. So I assumed maybe he was coming from home. So I actually had investigators and crime scene continue to do the investigation on the crime scene, went home, which is where I saw his mother, just to ask, did he just leave here? And she advised me that he did not. He did not just leave there. So I did tell her what the situation was before I left. And then maybe when I made it back to the scene, it was about 40 minutes later, the victim's brother came on scene, and he arrived on scene with his girlfriend. His girlfriend was very shocked at this being the convenience store that the victim went to, because she was just so adamant that this is not the store that she goes to. I asked her, well, this location is not at all far from his address, and she advised there's another store that's closer that he goes to all the time.
And so what was that store that he goes to all the time?
The address is 878 Norwood, which is where I was able to see where all these parties, the victim and two shooters, were just prior to arriving at 1955 Moreland this particular night.
How far is 878 Norwood from 1955 Moreland?
It's maybe a mile.
Okay. And how long in distance, if you know, would it take to drive from one location to the next?
Less than 4 minutes.
Okay.
It's all residential. We're not going on Moreland. It's just in the back neighborhood of of Moreland Avenue, of 1955 Moreland.
Okay. All right. Okay. So once you were able to track down that this victim, Mr. Carr, came from 878 Norwood, well, let's just ask this, how were you able to do that?
So when I went to that location, and this is the day after the actual shooting, I went to that location and I asked the clerk to show me the surveillance footage just prior to 10 o'clock, which is about the time where this incident occurred. And sure enough, looking at the footage, I was able to see the decedent in the same clothing that he had on when he was gunned down at 1955 Moreland, as well as these two people with these exact same clothes on. I see them talking to the victim. They were speaking for a number of minutes, to the point that the convenience store, it closed on the victim. So he went back into his car to go to the next convenience store, and the two assailants just followed him in the Acura that I saw on the surveillance footage.
Now, let me ask you this. You said they followed him. Were you able to see any cars follow?
No, I'm not able to see a cargo or anything like that, no. But, as soon as the victim left, it was seconds later that the Acura just went in the same direction from Norwood.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74, 75, and 80.
Okay.
I want to start with 80 first, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 80?
Yes, it's from the surveillance from 878 Norwood, the
And
surveillance footage.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The surveillance footage.
What did you, is that a fair and accurate screenshot of the surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State tenders State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. If we could show State's Exhibit, can we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And what did you, who are these, what are these three people?
So these are the two shooters from Exhibit 73 and 74. These two right here. And this is my victim, Mr. Carr.
Okay. How did you, I guess maybe a silly question, but how did you know that those were your two shooters from?
It's just so distinctive from the very first surveillance footage I saw, which is 72 and 73. Now, the only difference with 72 is this gentleman, he has an additional jacket with a hood that's completely covering his face. Everything else, the white t-shirt, this white t-shirt, you can still see the black jacket and the black jeans and the exact same shoes that you can see. It was just so distinctive. And it's not just one, it's both of them. There's two distinctive people with distinctive clothing on from one location to the next, just minutes in between each other.
Okay. I wanna, okay, I wanna go to, State's Exhibit 74, 75. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 74 and 75?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize State's?
I actually created these in the comparisons of their wardrobe from the first location to the second.
Okay, and are they a fair and accurate copy of those, creations that you made?
Yes, ma'am.
State tender State's Exhibit 74 and 75.
No objection.
74 and 75 are admitted.
Okay, I have a demonstrative. Let me show you this.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I publish my demonstrative?
And this is intended as exhibit or just a demonstrative in general?
Just a demonstrative in general.
Just for the purposes of the record, let's refer to this as a number.
Demonstrative of, we can do 74A.
74A. All right. Any objection to the publishing of 74A?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. And Detective, or Sergeant Berry, excuse me, if you don't mind stepping down.
And Ms. Russell, just for purposes of housekeeping in the record, if at some point you could reduce that to a, paper size copy that we can have put in the record. All right.
And they need to come out. The leg needs to come out. All right. Sergeant Berry, okay. So if we could first we'll start with Jacob Ingram and then we'll go down here on Johnson. Could you describe some of the things that you saw that were made you believe that this was the same person?
Yeah, so this is, as laid out as it shows, I just want to walk it through. So same thing with the hand sanitizer. It was very big in 2020 because of COVID. That's what we see here. That's a close-up of the hand sanitizers, including the shoes.
Now, can I ask you, where is this location?
This is at 878 Norwood. This is not the location of the actual shooting. Okay, and this is the same thing. This is actually I'm comparing these to over here at the actual shooting location, 1955 Norwood. Let me see. Am I able to kind of interest so everyone can see? So again, same shoes that we see that's at Norwood, here on Moreland. Hand sanitizers as well. Shoes, if you can see the back of the shoes on both. Again, this is on Norwood and then compared to Moreland. White t-shirt underneath, a black jacket, white t-shirt underneath a black jacket. The only thing additional here on Moreland from Mr. Ingram is this additional jacket that he was able to get.
And let me ask you a question about that. That original jacket that Mr. Ingram had on, I apologize, Mr. Ingram had on at Norwood, did that have a hood on it?
No, there's no hood. So,
Okay. So in order to disguise oneself,
when you want to go shoot someone, you're just gonna they want to put something over their head so they can't be identified.
okay. And so, this is just a jacket over. the
Yeah,
head.
that jacket does also have a hood though. But yes, it's an additional piece of clothing.
All right, so we can talk about Jamon Johnson.
Okay. So it's set the same. This is at Norwood and this is the shooting incident at 1955 Moreland. Okay, so very distinctive hoodie we have here. This has a patch right here on the arm. You can see right here on the scene of the shooting. The same with the patch on the chest, right here on the shooting, the black pockets, even the distinctive shoes. This is a close up of the shoe. This is clearly the same shoe that's here at 1955 Moreland. And then on the back of the hoodie, it's split with two colors, gray on one side, well, dark gray on one side, light gray on the other, which is what we see from the shooter who's running away, again at 1955 Moreland. Black jeans. It's just a comparison of the clothing that they have, just maybe 10, 15 minutes of each other.
Thank you. I'm gonna set it right here. I might need it. That's it right here. Okay, so you go to 878 Norwood, you view who you believe to be the shooters at 878 Norwood, also at 1955 Moreland. What do you do next? How do you identify them by name?
So there was a shooting that happened there at 787 Norwood. It happened literally 30 days before this particular shooting. So I was able to see from that report the identification of both of the shooters. So one was identified as Mr. Ingram, the Jacob Ingram, the gentleman that was at the top of the diagram I just showed. And he was actually a victim in that particular case where he was shot at 878 Norwood. And a surviving victim who was not injured was Mr. Johnson. And it was from that report and pulling their identifications due to that report, I was able to actually ID each of them.
There was on State's Exhibit, I think you may have mentioned it. There was on State's Exhibit 80. Thank you. Were you able to identify a vehicle that these defendants had, this defendant had gotten into or was driving?
It was a gray Acura, and I was only able to identify it because of the case that happened on Norwood a month prior.
Okay, all right. And that gray Acura, is that what you see in State's Exhibit 80?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, once you were able to identify these two individuals by name, and again, and I know you said that you saw the police report, but how did you realize that these people on October 20th were the same people on November 25th?
So it was two different ways I was really able to identify. One, again, I was able to look at their driver's license, which of course have a picture and I could see them. But in the when they're victims a month prior, I'm looking at the body camera footage. So I'm actually able to see their whole engagement and what they're wearing and how they look just by looking at the body camera from the incident that happened a month prior. So me seeing that and looking at all these footage, I can identify, oh, that's them.
And let me jump back to your scene, 1955 Moreland. Those shell casings, were those collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what happened with those? How did you direct them to
So
be?
the crime scene tech will come out, and then they collected each of those shell casings, and they take it to this testing site that's called NIBIN. NIBIN, it shows us what the shell casings, if there's, for example, if there's shell casing at this location, and then shell cases at another location, NIBIN can let us know if both of those shell cases came from the same gun. So did you want me to explain that?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so the incident that occurred a month prior to my shooting at 1955, the shell casings match, which was confirmed by our NIBIN tech.
Okay. All right. Once you were able to identify Mr. Ingram and Mr. Jamon Johnson as the people who had shot Mr. Carr, what did you then do?
I took out arrest warrants for each of them as well as search warrants for their home because, of course, there's still more evidence to collect, such as ballistics, guns.
And can you, so was there were you able to search the home of Mr. Ingram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know what was found there of any significance?
Yes, I was there when they arrested him and executed that search warrant. On the crime scene, there was also a magazine, which is the clip in the gun that holds the bullets inside of a gun. That was actually still left there on scene. When we picked up Mr. Ingram from the search warrant and the arrest warrant, he had the actual weapon with the missing magazine in a book bag, which was very pertinent evidence for this particular case.
Showing you what's already been tendered as State's Exhibit 118.
Okay.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 81. Do you recognize the State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that State's Exhibit 118, that magazine, is that what you're saying matched the State's Exhibit 81?
81, yes, ma'am.
All right. How many projectiles does State's Exhibit 118 hold?
Altogether, like how much it can hold?
How much can it hold? Yeah.
16.
All right. All right. At some point in time, were you aware of, hold on 1 second. Actually, at some point in time, did were you able to, I know you said that Mr. Ingram was taken into custody. Was Mr. Johnson taken in custody?
Yes, it was just a few days after Mr. Ingram. Mr. Johnson went into custody on December 16th, 2020.
Okay.
Mr. Ingram was December 2nd.
Okay. And did you, do you know anything about the arrest? Were you there at the arrest of Mr. Johnson?
No, I was not. But I was there for questioning, but I wasn't there when the arrest was being made.
Okay. So you were able to interview Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did this interview take place?
At headquarters 226 Peachtree Street.
And was this interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And during that interview, did you give any type of Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And just briefly, what are Miranda warnings?
We notified him of his rights that he can talk to me with or without an attorney. If at any point that he wants to speak with me without an attorney and he wants to stop speaking at any point, he will be free to do that. But he was made aware that he was placed in custody and it was for murder.
At that time, after you gave him his Miranda warnings, did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76.
Okay.
You recognize State's Exhibit 76?
Yes, it's my interview with Mr. Johnson.
All right. And have you seen State's Exhibit 76 before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate copy of State's Exhibit, of your interview with Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 76 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
One.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm Detective Barry. Now, you was picked up by our fugitive unit. They said that you wanted to talk, is that correct?
I'm trying to see what's going on.
Okay, I understand that, and it is gonna take a conversation for you to get all of that information, but I do have to read your rights, okay? Just wanna make sure that you understand this before I go out and print all this stuff and have this conversation with you, okay? So let me just read this, you can respond accordingly, and we'll just go from there, all right? What's your first name? Jamon Johnson, yeah? All right. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to have a lawyer now and have him or her present now or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost, and he or she may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand these rights? Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time without your lawyer?
I just want to know what's going on.
I understand. That's going to take a conversation. Do you want to have this conversation and speak with me without your lawyer now?
I guess I gotta talk to you to see what's going on because I'm lost here.
I understand. So what I'm looking for is like a yes or no. And I hear what you're saying, but just for documented purposes, yes or no. You want to speak with me now?
Yeah, I'll talk to you. What's
Okay.
going on? What's going on?
Let me grab some stuff. It's not much longer. I've been here for a little bit. It's already.
Hey, look, they send some pants up here by me, man.
Who?
At the house, they picked me up wrong. They said, I need my pants, man. Look what I got on, man. Some fucking long
When you say they, you talking about the people who picked you up?
Yeah. They said my girl supposed to send.
Okay, so your girl's gonna come up here.
No, she ain't go. I can't even call. I ain't even got no way to even call her. She snatched me up out the house.
Where's your phone?
My phone?
Mm-hmm.
It's gone. I ain't got my phone. Everything gone.
Did the people who picked you up got your phone?
I had a tablet.
You didn't have a phone?
I had a tablet.
Okay, so I'm trying to get you numbers. So where can I get you her number?
I know it by heart.
Okay, let me write. I'll write it all down. 1 second.
All right.
For judicial economy, we are pausing it at 1:11:59 and fast forwarding to 1:26:08. It's actually 1:25:06. We're starting.
All right. Let me get those phone numbers. My phone number.
What phone number?
Who number supposed to bring you your phone?
See, at that time, they told me that they won't let her give them the pants so they can
Oh,
bring it down
okay.
here.
All right.
And they said they promised me they gonna do it. They didn't even do it. They just snatched me up out of there. I said it's wrong. It's fucked up.
Well, how you know they didn't? I thought you were saying that your girl was gonna bring them up here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she will if I call her.
Okay.
Bring me a pair of pants because I need a pair of pants because it's cold down here.
It is.
It's freezing down here.
All right, we're pausing at 1:26:42, and then we're going to 1:30:03. Around it.
This is her cell phone number?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Miss Johnson.
What's her first name?
Tanya.
Tony?
J-U-A. You'll know T-O-N, J-U-A.
All right. So tell me about that incident in October where your homeboy is already locked up on this. You have to know this already. Ingram,
Right.
what do you know about him being locked up? Have you talked to him since he's been here? How'd you find out he was locked up?
Just streets, I guess.
The streets told you? So this was when you were doing the report when he got shot, right?
Right.
Okay. Real briefly, what happened that night?
What happened?
Mm-hmm. You don't have to give me like a detailed story, just what happened that night.
Shit. The police said y'all got a camera footage. You know, Officer Smallwood.
Okay.
You know, they said they had footage. You know, what I told them, you know, matched up to what they seen. You know, I'm
Tell it
saying.
to me. Tell it to me. You don't have to give the detail. You said Smallwood?
So I'm sitting in the car. We sitting in the car, finna get ready to leave. Store closed. Somebody approaches the car. Tried to rob us with them little guns out we had, them little 223.
Ms. Russell, if you could pause this, jurors are indicating they can't hear it. Do you have an alternative means or a speaker we could do to?
I do have another speaker. I would have to go get it, Your Honor, I have a huge speaker that we can play it on.
All right, I think that would be a good idea. While you're retrieving that, perhaps there's some other topics you can cover with this witness.
Okay, sure. What time, do you know what time 878 Norwood closed?
So it's 10 p.m. That's what the clerk told me when he first showed me the footage.
Okay. And that was the next day?
At least, yeah, that's when he told me the next day. But at least on Thanksgiving Eve, I don't know what their normal time is, but on Thanksgiving Eve, they close at 10 o'clock.
Okay, the night of this murder, Thanksgiving
Correct, on the
Eve.
25th of November, 2020.
Okay. We'll talk about the interview a little bit. At some point in time, were you able to get into conversations about the night of the murder
Yes.
with Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you anything specifically about him being on scene or not being on scene of 1955 Moreland?
He said that wasn't him.
Okay. Now, when you asked him about 878 Norwood, what did he tell you?
He affirmed that that was him at 878 Norwood, just minutes before the incident in 1955.
Oh, so just so I'm clear, we use this. When you showed Mr. Johnson photographs at 878 Norwood.
He confirmed that's him.
Okay. And then when you showed him photographs of 1955 Moreland.
That's not him.
Okay. Same thing, even in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
He said it was him at 878 Norwood
Yes, ma'am.
and not him.
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, he knew he was going to be under arrest for murder, correct?
I did tell him he was in custody. Yes, ma'am.
I think that's it, just the video now, Judge.
All right, so all you'd have left is the publication of the video?
Yep. And I'm not playing all of it. I'll just skip to the relevant portions.
All right, well, let me ask this. Mr. Brown, would you be prepared to begin your cross-examination and you have another chance at cross based on the publication of the video?
I really would like to see the remainder of the video, Your Honor.
All right. I understand. Members of the jury, why don't we go ahead and just take 5-10 minutes and hopefully we can resume when you rejoin us.
All right, from the jurors.
All right, if anyone needs to step out, they can, but otherwise, let's hold in place.
Your Honor, and is there any way that we can, the volume in here, is that the loudest that it goes?
We don't have control over a
Oh, you
volume
don't?
knob.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so we'll be off the record until we have that set up. I think so. He's on chat.
He's still my cord.
Just, loves keeping at it. Says he feels great. If he's on pain, yeah, he's on the meds. I tell you what.
You on it? Can my client come around and look at that demonstrative?
Buddy bug. I put on my gun and started shooting at him.
You were in which seat?
Driving.
Okay.
And I started shooting at him. That was it.
The gun that you used to shoot at him, you didn't hit him. You just shot at him.
I don't know. Yeah, I was just trying to get them away.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Trying to save my life.
So the gun that you used to shoot at him, did you ever give that to Smallwood?
One time, shot him.
You ran. Thank you.
I didn't see the other message.
Did you get the HDMI cord?
I get that message too. I got back up here.
Oh, okay. Let's try to figure it out. Okay. Really quick. Cause maybe we can play it some kind of way.
This can continue tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay.
That's going to be a feedback loop. Someone's going to be off mute.
Was that us?
Uh,
Her. Shoot. Okay, so let's pause it. Let's get your mic.
Yeah.
No, your mic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And go to microphone. Do off. I think. Perfect. X, yeah. So let's try.
You need to just double check your devices. Someone's unmuted. I think that's the only way that feedback loop is created. And the best way to tell is if you exit out the video, we should be able to see all the screens.
Okay. So now try to play it. No. Oh, it's the podium. Hello.
The podium has to stay unmuted.
Okay. If that's the only way we can play this so the jury can hear it, we'll just have it muted while it's being published and then put the podium back on. I don't know why that's, I guess because it's not being broadcast through Zoom, it's creating a feedback loop.
Try it to see even if that works.
Yeah, I think he has no idea what we're saying right now because it's muted. And now he is. Okay.
Is it muted? The podium?
All right, testing. Is the podium muted? Podium muted.
questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Barry.
How you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. So a search warrant was conducted at 1950 Campbellton Road, Shamrock Gardens apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whose residence is that?
I'm not sure.
Do you have the search warrant?
I don't have that.
Okay. But are you aware of what was seized from this location?
All I'm sure of was his cell phone was seized from the location upon his arrest.
Mr. Johnson's
That's
cell phone
correct. That's correct.
was seized from his person?
From his person upon his arrest, yes.
Okay. Can I see 75, State's Exhibit 75?
Do you want it on the screen because it's up there? Just let me know.
The photo would be fine.
Okay.
I may approach it with you. Thank you.
No problem.
So pursuant to what we heard on the video, Mr. Johnson admitted that these are him?
That's
These photos
correct.
are him? But he denied that these photos are him?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
And Mr. Johnson never admitted to being at 1955 Moreland Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did he admit to knowing anything about what took place at 1955?
He did. He did.
What did he admit?
Well, he went from, again, like when he mentioned the victim, that he has a lot going on. We were supposed to meet the next day, but as I started to talk more about, well, he was shot and killed. And then he let me know that, I mean, yeah, the streets kind of told me that. And then he stated that the streets was saying that he's had something to do with it. I then confronted him, so why are you seeming so shocked that you're here speaking with the police if the community has assumed that you had something to do with it? And that was when he wanted to go, he stopped the interview.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Sergeant.
No
Let me
problem.
redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Barry, do defendants or do suspects that are charged with murder often lie to you when you interview them?
Yes, ma'am.
Even when confronted with evidence of their guilt, do they often lie?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any recross on that point only?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you have hard and fast evidence that Mr. Johnson was lying to you?
Do I have hard, fast evidence that he lied?
That he was lying to you?
For a specific lie or overall for this whole case? Because yes, there's evidence to show that he was lying.
You answered the prosecutor, do defendants often lie to you? So do you have any evidence that, let's say a specific lie that Mr. Johnson may have told you?
Yeah, for example, his gun that he said that he threw over a bridge a month prior to the shooting is the same gun that was found with the shell casings on at 1955 Moreland. So that would be proof of a lie with the whole handgun.
Isn't it correct that that gun is not Mr. Johnson's gun, but Mr. Ingram's gun?
So there were two guns that were used. So we did recover Mr. Ingram's gun when we picked him up with the search warrant, but we were never able to take the gun that Mr. Johnson has. It was never recovered. So a month prior to the homicide, he stated to the police that he threw the weapon that he used to engage in fire to the suspects because he was a victim in that particular case. But he did return fire. That is the same gun that was used to gun down my victim, which was the primary gun that was used to gun down my victim.
But are you in possession of that gun?
Again, we did not recover the gun. Just these are coming from the shell cases.
Shell casing.
He admitted that he used that gun a month before, but that is the same gun that was used at 1955 on the night of Mr. Carr's murder.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Real quick. You see the person, Jamon Johnson, in the courtroom that you interviewed on the night, on that interview day?
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman sit here with the suit and tie and the dreads, tattoos on face.
Let the record reflect that this was identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Brown, do you have anything you want to go over in terms of the identification?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Russell, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone in the jury need a break? Seeing none, state can call its next witness.
State calls Dr. Karen Sullivan.
I do. You see. Please, first and last name for report.
Karen Sullivan, KarenSullivan.
All right, Dr. Sullivan, what is your occupation?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And are you a duly licensed physician?
I am.
Okay, what states?
Georgia.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
Since July of 2003.
And how long have you been a doctor?
I graduated from med school in May of 1997.
Okay. And I know you are a medical examiner, but is that a particular field or branch of medicine that you practice in?
It is.
Okay, and what is that?
Pathology, which is the study of disease and trauma on a person's body.
Okay. And where did you receive your training in pathology?
I did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory University here in Atlanta, and then did an additional year of forensic pathology training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
So can you just explain to the jury, what are some of the duties of a medical examiner?
Well, we determine cause and manner of death of people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of trauma, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person.
And does that work include performing autopsies?
It does.
Okay. Can you just explain to the jury what exactly an autopsy is for your purposes?
Well, an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of a person's body, looking for natural disease processes and injuries. So the external examination is much like you would get when you go to your doctor or you take your child to the pediatrician, looking at a person's height, weight, their body habitus, any external characteristics that are unique to them, and also looking for natural disease and injury. And then once the external examination is done, the internal examination is done by examining the person's internal organs, once again looking for injuries and natural disease in order to determine their cause and manner of death.
Okay. All right. During your experience or during your time as a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
I've either performed myself or supervised pathology residents and forensic pathology fellows, approximately 4,000 autopsies.
Are you a member of any specialized medical or scientific groups or association?
I am.
Okay, and what are those?
The National Association of Medical Examiners.
Okay. All right. And specifically, do you have any certifications of any sort to qualify you as a forensic pathologist or pathologist?
I do. I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, state will tender Dr. Sullivan as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection to Dr. Sullivan being tendered as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
You may proceed, Ms. Russell.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to case number 2020-02497. It's medical examiner case number. Do you recognize that case number?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize that case number?
It's the case number associated with Mr. Jerry Carr.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 85?
I do.
Is 85 a fair and accurate copy of a autopsy report done in your office by Dr. Jacqueline Benjamin?
It is.
And do you see any deletions or additions to this autopsy report?
I do not.
At this time, state tenders State's Exhibit 85 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 through 115. And before I get into that, is Dr. Benjamin or was Dr. Benjamin a doctor in the office?
She was.
And at some point, did you do a peer review of her work?
I did.
And is Dr. Benjamin still in your office?
She is not.
So at times where doctors sometimes leave your office, if there's somebody that does a peer review, do they often testify in that person's behalf?
Yes.
Okay. That's what you're doing today.
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 through 115. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 86 through 115?
Yes, I do recognize them.
And are they photographs taken during the autopsy of Jerry Carr, case number 2020-02497?
They are.
Your Honor, are they fair and accurate depiction of that autopsy that was done?
Yes, they are.
All right. This time, state tenders 86 through 115 into evidence.
No objection.
86 through 115 are admitted.
All right. So what information do you have available when you do a peer review?
Well, the peer review is done in our office for all cases where the manner of death is either a homicide or undetermined. And so the doctor who does the autopsy will give the peer reviewer a copy of their draft report, and the photographs are maintained on a Fulton County server so that any doctor can review the cases, or excuse me, the photos for any particular case. So as the peer reviewer, I go through the draft report and make my own opinion as to the wounds that are on a person's body and the cause of death, the manner of death, and if I have any suggestions or parts of the report that I don't agree with, I will let the doctor, in this case, Dr. Benjamin, know. And if we disagree about something, then we would have a discussion about the particular wounds. On this case, I didn't have any suggestions of Dr. Benjamin's report. I agreed with her findings. So then when she finalizes the report electronically in our case management system, I can electronically add my signature to the report so that both our signatures appear on any person's autopsy report, in this case, Mr. Carr's.
Okay. And let me just ask you, based on your review, were you able to develop your own independent conclusion regarding the cause and manner of death to Mr. Carr?
Yes.
All right. And did you sign the autopsy report authored by Dr. Benjamin as well?
I did.
Okay. All right. So if we could turn to, if Your Honor, may we publish State's Exhibit 85, 86 through 115 as well?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with 85. Okay, if we could just start with 86. Dr. Sullivan, do you mind just going through this first page, just telling us what this is and why you all do this first page?
And so the first page is called the face page, and it will have the decedent's case number, which in Mr. Carr's case was 2020-2497, meaning his death was reported in the year 2020 and was number 2,497 reported that year. Then the decedent's first and last names, their age, race, and sex, the cause of death, the manner of death, the doctor who did the autopsy, in this case, Dr. Benjamin, and she did the autopsy on Thursday, November 26, 2020. And then the print date means the date that the report was finalized, which was May 12 of 2021.
All right, if we can go to page number 2. Okay, so starting with page number 2, it'll pop up soon for the jury. What does page number 2 and page number 3 consist of?
Pages 2 and 3 have the reason that the doctor performs the examination and or the summary of findings. And here on this next page, starting with Roman numeral 1, Dr. Benjamin lists some of the gunshot wounds on this page that Mr. Carr received, and that continues on to the next, I believe, 2 pages.
Page 2 and page 3. There it is.
And so then here's the next page, and then the cause of death at the bottom were gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and extremities, and the manner of death, homicide.
All right. Okay. If you could go to page 6, please. I'm sorry, I meant to say page. Actually, we need to go to page 5. On page 5 of this report, can you just explain what exactly an external examination is?
Well, the external examination consists of looking at a person's body habitus and their identifying characteristics, and just reports what the doctor sees both before and after the person is disrobed, if they come with any clothing.
Okay. All right. And then page 6, evidence of injury.
So in Dr. Benjamin's report, she has in the first paragraph that says description of gunshot wounds, that neither soot nor stippling was seen around any of the gunshot wounds, and there was no soot on the clothing. There was a small bullet fragment that was recovered from Mr. Carr's blue shirt, and then she tabulates the summary of the gunshot wounds with the entrance, where the entrance is located, an exit, if there's an exit on the body for that particular gunshot wound, where the bullet might have re-entered the body, and then the ultimate exit, or where the bullet was recovered from.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. As far as Mr. Carr was concerned, how many entrance wounds to the body were there?
There were 12 gunshot wounds.
Okay. And you mentioned something about a re-entry wound. What does that mean?
Well, that means, for example, if you look at the second line in that table, there was a gunshot wound that entered the right side of Mr. Carr's chest, came out the left side of his chest, and then re-entered into his left arm where the bullet was retained.
But the 12 entrance wounds aren't counting the re-entry, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right. So if we could please go to State's Exhibit 86. Okay. What do we see here on State's Exhibit 86?
This is a photograph taken of Mr. Carr's identification tag that was attached to his body bag where his body was enclosed. And on the tag is his case number, his name, his age, race, and sex, the name of the investigator in our office who made the tag, and the seal number, which you see on the red plastic seal at the top left photograph, and that seal closes the zipper pulls of the disaster bag together.
All right. If we can go to State's 87. Okay. What do we see here in State's 87?
This is Mr. Carr as he was received in our office from his left-hand side.
State's 88.
This is a facial identification photograph taken of Mr. Carr, and on his chest is a placard that has his case number.
State's Exhibit 89. And let me ask you, do the photographs that are taken, do those match up to anything in the autopsy report?
Yes, they match the summary of findings on the first few pages of the autopsy report, and in the body of the autopsy report, the section of acute injury.
Okay. So if we could, I know we're looking at the pictures, but if Dr. Sullivan, do you mind going to that pathologic diagnosis, starting with Roman numeral 1 in the autopsy report?
Okay, so this Roman numeral 1 in Dr. Benjamin's report was listed as a penetrating indeterminate range gunshot wound of the head. Penetrating means that the bullet entered his head and then stayed in his body. The entrance wound was on the right parietal occipital scalp, which means the right side where the back of the head meets the side of the head. And it caused multiple skull fractures as it entered the skull and damaged his brain, and the bullet was retained from the skull.
If we can go to the next one, please. State's Exhibit 90. Gotta zoom out. And according to Roman numeral 2, what is gonna be State's Exhibit 90?
And so here you can see Mr. Carr is now lying face up on the examination table. And on the right side of his chest is a gunshot entrance wound that is listed as Roman numeral 2, a penetrating indeterminate range gunshot wound of the chest. And also on his chest beneath the gunshot wound is a small piece of adhesive tape that has his case number and a ruler attached to it. This bullet entered the right side of his chest, went through his right lung, his aorta, which is the large blood vessel that leaves the heart taking oxygenated blood to the body, went through the heart itself, and then exited the left side of his chest.
If we can go to State's Exhibit 91. You can rotate it for you. There we go. Okay. And go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Sullivan.
I'm sorry. So this is now the left side of Mr. Carr's chest. This is the exit wound that corresponds to the entrance wound on the right side of his chest.
State's Exhibit 92.
Okay, so now Mr. Carr's left arm has been pulled away from his body. And may I touch the screen?
I think you can have access to it. Oh, Judge.
Oh. Okay.
The answer is yes. You may just.
Okay. And so there on the left side of Mr. Carr's chest is the exit wound that we saw in the photograph before. And then here on the inside of his arm is a re-entrance wound that the bullet went into the left arm and fractured the humerus, which is the bone in the arm. And then that bullet was recovered from Mr. Carr's left arm. That's all under Roman numeral 2.
If we can go to Roman numeral 3. And next exhibit, please. All right.
So this photograph is taken as the photographer is standing on Mr. Carr's right-hand side, and there's a gunshot wound here of his right hip, which is documented in Roman numeral 3 of the pathologic diagnoses of summary of findings section of the report. And that gunshot wound went into the right hip and then ended in this area within the body, the pubic bone beneath the skin.
If we can go to State's Exhibit 94 and Roman numeral 4.
So here in Roman numeral 4 is a perforating gunshot wound of the back, and the gunshot wound entrance is there on the right side of Mr. Carr's right back. This went through his right lung, his liver, and his left kidney before exiting the left side of his lower back.
I think we'll get to the exit in a second, but if we can go to Roman numeral 5, but State's Exhibit number 95. Okay. All right, State's Exhibit 95.
So this is a gunshot wound on the right side or the lateral side of Mr. Carr's right arm. That in Roman numeral 5 went through the right arm and then exited the top and medial surface of the right arm.
All right. If we can go to State's Exhibit 96, please. And then we'll go back. Okay. 96, Roman numerals 6, please.
Okay, so this is the gunshot wound of Mr. Carr's right forearm.
And and where the tape is, where that little placard is, that's what you're talking about?
It is, yes.
All right. If we can go to State's Exhibit 97. Okay.
So we saw on the side of Mr. Carr's right arm an entrance wound. Here is the exit wound that corresponds to that entrance wound. That's the higher wound. Here on the forearm, this is an entrance wound that corresponds to the exit wound that we saw in the previous picture of Mr. Carr's forearm.
State's Exhibit 98 in Roman numeral number 7.
And so here we're looking at Mr. Carr's, the back of his thighs. So now this side, he's laying face down on the table. So this is his right thigh and that's his left thigh. On the back of the right thigh is the entrance wound that corresponds to Roman numeral 7 on the autopsy report. This bullet went into the back of Mr. Carr's right thigh and fractured his right femur or thigh bone. And then the bullet was recovered from the skeletal muscles of the thigh.
Go to State's Exhibit 99, please. One more. There we go. Is this the exit wound to that previous one that we had just seen?
I'm sorry, to the right?
Yes, to the right thigh.
No, this is another entrance wound on the side of the right thigh.
Okay.
This belongs to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my. No, I'm sorry, you are correct. This is the exit wound that corresponds to the entrance wound on the back of the right thigh. Even though the bullet made this defect, there were still bullet fragments that were recovered from the skeletal muscle.
Go to State's Exhibit 100. State's Exhibit 100 in Roman numeral 8.
So Roman numeral 8 is an entrance wound seen here on Mr. Carr's right knee. That's the entrance wound, and then the exit wound is on the other side or lateral outside of the right knee.
And that State's 101, please. Is that the exit that you were just speaking of?
It is.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 102.
And so there are 2 wounds here on the left side of Mr. Carr's back. The lower wound here corresponds to the entrance wound that we saw in this area of the right side of Mr. Carr's back. And again, that bullet passed through his right lung, his liver, and his left kidney before exiting.
That was Roman numeral number 4.
Correct.
Okay.
And then above it is another entrance wound on the left side of the back. And that projectile was recovered in the left pleural cavity, the blood of the left pleural cavity. So it likely damaged the left lung.
All right. State's Exhibit 103.
So this is Mr. Carr's left forearm, and this corresponds to a gunshot wound listed in Roman numeral 10. This is an exit wound on the back of his left forearm.
And 104. Okay, there we go.
That's the entrance wound that's on the front or anterior surface of the left forearm.
For Roman numeral 10.
For Roman numeral 10, yes.
All right, if we can go to State's Exhibit 105, and then we can look at Roman numeral 11.
So here's another photograph of Mr. Carr lying face down on the examination table, looking at the back of his left thigh. Is an entrance wound on the back of the left thigh that exits the front of the left thigh and then passes through his penis.
Okay. We can go to Roman numeral 106. Okay.
So now Mr. Carr is face up on the table. So on his left thigh is an exit wound, and then 2 wounds of his penis where that same projectile has passed through his penis.
So there was a re-entry on this one as well.
There was, yes.
If we can go to State's Exhibit 107. Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 107?
So this is an entrance wound on Mr. Carr's left leg. And there's a corresponding exit wound on the back of his left calf. This corresponds to gunshot wound number 12.
Go to 108, please. All right. And that's the exit one.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, 109. What do we see in State's Exhibit 109?
These are photographs of projectiles and projectile fragments that Dr. Benjamin recovered during the course of the autopsy, both from Mr. Carr's body and from his clothing.
Okay, just 1 second, please, Doctor. Dr. Sullivan, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 122?
Yes, I do.
And are those the bullets and fragments recovered from Mr. Carr's body?
They are.
And do they appear to be in the condition that they were recovered or how they were recovered?
Yes.
State tender stakes exhibit 122 into evidence.
No objection.
122 is admitted.
Okay. All right. We can take this down now. All right. Was Dr. Benjamin and yourself, because you came up with your own opinion, were you able to determine a cause of death in this matter?
Yes.
And what was that?
Gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and extremities.
Okay. And were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
And what does homicide mean?
Homicide means that the death was caused by another individual.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me. How many projectiles were recovered from Mr. Carr's body?
There were 6 projectile and/or fragments that Dr. Benjamin recovered.
Were any of them in a condition that the caliber could be determined?
That's outside my field of expertise. That would involve a ballistics examiner, for example, from the GBI.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Sullivan, be excused.
Yes, please.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I have been informed by the state that we're proceeding quite efficiently and we are ahead of schedule. And I've been told that they have about 3 more witnesses they need to present, but they have conflicts today, and so that they won't be here until tomorrow morning. So we're going to break a little early today, and to give you a little preview of what's expected after those 3 witnesses, I think it's quite possible tomorrow that we might actually get to closing arguments, and the case late in the day may very well be at a point where you can start your deliberations. From there, you're in control. And so deliberations from there, so it's hard to predict where it goes from there because we take our cues from you. Deliberations, there's no requirement of how long those take. It can be 5 minutes, it can be 5 days, as long as you're making progress. So we'll see where we are tomorrow. And again, trials aren't scripted things, so I can't make any firm promises, but I just wanted to at least give you some idea of what to expect for tomorrow. So for now, I would ask, again, as with this morning, to be back here tomorrow, ready to go 9 a.m., and we'll kick it back off for another productive day. Does anyone have any questions for me before we break? All right, seeing none, there's always 2 things I have to remind you about, which is don't conduct any research about this case, and everything you learn has to come from inside this courtroom, and not to discuss the case with anyone. You can discuss logistics, but the details, the substance, everything like that, keep that to yourself, including amongst yourselves, until those deliberations start. Thank you so much again. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, to adjourn.
All right, before I forget, I wanted to flag one thing for the state, which is at the point, assuming we get there, to deliberations, because there was a silent video that was I think a big part of the state's case. I would anticipate that would be the kind of thing the jury's going to want to watch more than once, even if it's played during closing. And I just want to flag this for you is that my understanding is that does not fall into the continuing witness rule because there's no audio involved. It's just a silent video. However, they don't have a way to play it in the jury room. So generally, we're just bringing them back out here to play it. But there is an option where if we can provide them with a device that they could just play it as much as they want on their own, maybe prevent a lot of that coming in and out and kind of let them do what they want with it. I don't have that kind of a device. If you have a laptop that's kind of been wiped and you want to clear that with Mr. Brown and go over it, that's an idea for you. I think it would save us a lot of headache or just things coming up during deliberation. So I just flagged that for you. We can bring it back up tomorrow if it's an option. In the meantime, I'm probably going to end up getting a laptop like that for at some point in the future. But anyhow, with that, I know the state says we have our 3 witnesses tomorrow. Based on Mr. Brown's representation at the start of trial, at most, he's got 1 witness. And I'll go to Mr. Johnson tomorrow to ask you whether you want to testify, whether it's got to be a voluntary decision. It's going to be your decision and yours alone. All right. There's going to be some things we go over. But even if Mr. Johnson does decide to testify, it does appear like we'd be ready for a charge conference either right before lunch or right after lunch. And so I guess my advice and bottom line would be it looks like the parties should probably be prepared to close tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we'll see where we are, but it's something else to flag and just have in mind, which is if closings are concluded really later in the day, like at 4 o'clock or 4:30, do we go ahead and let juror 11 go? He's the one with the medical appointments for Thursday. Or do we keep him on and make him deliberate for an hour and then send him home? These are things to think about. We'll see where we land tomorrow. Anything else from the state before we break for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right. Then if we could be back here again just to touch early to see if there's anything that's come up. And I'll see y'all 8:55 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We're in recess.
You can't take that.
Okay, I'll put this